Federation of City and County Health Officials has now joined Ms. Hambly's lawsuit because they are afraid that if you are successful in removing her, then other counties will do likewise. Also, where were the reporters and the cameras in 2022 when the previous board spent $57 million of COVID ARPA funds and not a single penny went to help the small businesses that were destroyed by the lockdowns? Last week, Ms. Hambly talked about Title X funds and partnering with Planned Parenthood. I urge you to find another agency that qualifies instead of Planned Parenthood. The Ottawa County Health Department should partner with an agency that values life instead of abortion. Since Whitmer became governor, there have been 16 abortions for every live birth. The health department budget should be caught back under control, and we need a director who has the academic training to critically analyze the data and to make best choices for the citizens of Ottawa County and not just blindly follow the tyranny pushed by Fauci, Whitmer, the CDC, and Big Pharma. Thank you. Keep up the good work. We are praying for you. Ottawa County, where freedom rings.
Thank you.
Sorry for the distraction, Mr. Chair. We're just having some YouTube streaming issues, but we are working on it. So
Would you like to take a break or is it working again?
it is,
Okay.
it is up.
Okay.
That's
All
good.
right, let's continue.
Great.
We have our communication specialist trying to signal us from the office.
Gotcha.
Not working, so I'm sorry. But is it still not working or?
I think it's on.
All right. Okay,
I think we're good.
we're going to stand at ease for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry.
The video streams have been restored. At least that is my understanding. And so if the next person who is here for public comment could come on up, we will continue.
And our next public comment, number 36, is Jeff King from Jamestown Township. Number 36 is Jeff King from Jamestown Township.
Right, next speaker is Jeff King.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Board of Commissioners. Jeff King, Ottawa County resident since 1965. Mr. Moss is my commissioner. I'm very proud of him and I stand behind all that he does for this county. I'm here to talk about this letter that was written to the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners, signed by 108 healthcare providers. Let's talk about the mask. First, I'm just going to read the first paragraph of this letter. Dear Ottawa County Board of Commissioners, as local healthcare providers, we fully support the Ottawa County Department of Public Health and its actions throughout the pandemic and beyond. The quality of the care that we offer to each and every resident of Ottawa County simply cannot continue without a fully functional and robust Department of Public Health. That is an outrageous statement. That's ridiculous. The quality of care. Let's talk about the mask. Every one of you commissioners is sitting here right now because of the mask. Every one of you because of the mask. Let's get the truth out about the mask. The mask causes hypocarbia, also known as hypercapnia. It's not okay. And masking our children is not okay. It's literal acute poisoning leading to blood acidosis. 82 bacterial colonies and 4 mold colonies were cultured from a mask worn by a school child for 8 hours. As an anesthesiologist, you do not wear the same mask all day. That would create an unclean procedure. You remove and change them throughout the day, leaving them off when not performing a procedure. Why lie? Masks create the perfect breeding ground for COVID, a moist environment where you're not only lowering your blood oxygen levels, but recirculating your own CO2. All-day mask wearing is the complete opposite of education that doctors receive. Wearing a mask puts you at a higher risk. Rebreathing of the virus in a mask concentrates the virus. The worst reactions to the coronavirus have the highest concentrations of the virus early on. Mask wearing consolidates and traps the exhaled virus, which can concentrate in the nasal passages, allowing it to travel to the brain. That may be part of the problem. Most of the victims of the 1918 Spanish flu did not die from the Spanish flu. They died from bacterial pneumonia. The virus was the first blow, with the bacteria delivering the knockout blow. 2,300 years ago, long before Islam, Arabs discovered that forcing people to cover their nose and mouth broke their will and individuality and depersonalized them. It made them submissive. Mr. Chair, as you've stated, $14,397,000 is enough for the health budget, the highest it's been in 15 years. And people in this county are not used to seeing Republicans with a backbone. Thank you for standing up for the original GOP platform. Lower tax, smaller government, more power in the hands of the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 37 is Julie Bratton, Spring Lake Village.
Hello, Julie Bratton, Spring Lake Village. Chairman Moss and the Board of Commissioners, I am here tonight to express my full support for the full funding of the Ottawa County Health Department. Please vote no on the budget as it stands. I stand here in solidarity with those with addictions, with mental illness, who are accessing programs that already work. I stand here in solidarity with my fellow Ottawa County citizens who rely on the Department of Public Health. I rely on the Department of Public Health. All citizens of Ottawa County do. You say that cuts need to be made. Find the money by cutting unneeded senior aide executive positions, by not creating other unneeded positions, and responding to legal requests for information in a timely manner rather than forcing FOIA requests with the money going to the Common Legal Group. And why just the health department? If there's such a need for budget cuts in Ottawa County, why aren't other departments facing these cuts as well? Ottawa County has an excellent Department of Public Health. Fully fund it to keep it that way. Remember, inasmuch as you have done it to the least of these, my brethren, you have done it unto me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 38 is Margaret Willie, Grand Haven.
My name is Margaret Willie. I live in Grand Haven. I have watched several of these meetings on YouTube, and I've attended a few, but this is the first time I've spoken at one. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've lived most of my life in Ottawa County, almost 50 years. I raised my daughter here. My two grandsons attended high school here. Ottawa County has always been conservative, always Republican controlled. I'm a Democrat. I've lived here, thrived here, had a sense of belonging here, tried to be a good neighbor here, volunteered here, taught here. But what is happening now is unprecedented in all my years of living here and paying attention to how the county is governed. I have never seen so much discord, mismanagement, secrecy, cronyism, and ignorance about governance than I have seen in the last year from this board. The budget cuts to services and resources that serve the most vulnerable among us strike me as cruel and vengeful, not only short-sighted, but cruel and vengeful. The first year of your service on the new Ottawa board has been so upsetting and discouraging and embarrassing for many people in the county. The national attention to it is personally, I think, very embarrassing. Is it too late to change course and fund the health department budget? No, it is not too late. People can change, become wiser, more aware, more compassionate, more Christ-like. I have always believed this all my years in Ottawa County, and I still believe it. I urge you to listen to your community, to open your eyes, your minds, your hearts, and fully fund the Ottawa County Public Health Department budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 39 is Lynn Bloom, Holland Township. Number 39, Lynn Bloom, Holland Township. Number 40, Deb Sizik, Fort Sheldon Township.
My name is Deb Sizik. I live in Port Sheldon Township. Public health is the one area that affects every resident of Ottawa County. Whether you use their services or not, the effects of underfunding will be far-reaching and will cost the taxpayer in the long run. It is not reasonable or conscionable to enact a budget that reverts to pre-COVID funding levels. The health department was already underfunded well before COVID. The budget shell game has been a public spectacle. The platitudes regarding childhood innocence nauseating and the attacks on the health department for a pandemic they had no control over continues to build public distrust of the Ottawa Impact Board of Commissioners. Food prices are soaring. Ottawa County residents are seeing the highest housing costs in history, and mental health needs are increasing in number and complexity. No public health official with a conscience would vote to underfund a public health department under the guise of saving taxpayer dollars, and especially when there is no fiscal need to do so. This is the one time you can truly stand up for what is right for our community.
Thank you.
Number 41 is Sheila Detloff, Holland Township.
Good evening, Sheila Detloff, Holland Township. I know none of you are doctors, but you might be familiar with the Hippocratic Oath. One line is often quoted as first, do no harm. It actually says, I will abstain from all intentional wrongdoing and harm. If only Hippocrates had also written the oath that you take as commissioners, because intentional harm is exactly what you are causing in so many of your actions. You are causing intentional harm to health department employees who will lose their jobs due to your actions. The jobs of people who have steadfastly served the people of Ottawa County and who have families to provide for. You are causing intentional harm to health department employees by lying about what they did at the GVSU Sex Ed Week. They were never in the same building, let alone the same room, as the student-led events that you've been accusing them of participating in. And you're causing intentional harm to at-risk people in the county by cutting the services the health department did provide there. You are causing intentional harm to minority and underserved people by rejecting grants that could fund important initiatives that keep them healthy. You are causing intentional harm to the elderly by making cuts to programs like Senior Project Fresh. You are causing intentional harm to children by making cuts to programs like Meet Up and Eat Up, which will almost literally take food out of the mouths of hungry children in Ottawa County. One factor in the harm you are causing is your rejection of COVID money. Yet at least one of you had no problem lining your pockets with COVID money. Those of you familiar with Joe Moss's many business entities will recognize these names. Clarion LLC took a PPP loan of $8,100 and then went back for a second dip of $10,000 the next year. Afterburner Hosting also took a loan of $8,100. Fresh Phone Inc. took a loan of $43,300. All 4 loans were forgiven, including interest, to the tune of $70,303.58. $70,303.58 in COVID money to help Joe Moss. But he and his cohorts won't use COVID money to help his constituents. We could do with a lot less hypocrisy and a lot more Hippocrates on this board, starting tonight. Stop blaming the health department and start owning your actions. Put a stop to the intentional harm you're causing. Restore full funding to the health department.
Thank you.
Number 42 is Tom Parker, Zeeland City.
Good evening. My name is Tom Parker, and I live in the city of Zeeland. I'm here to ask all commissioners to vote no on your budget and restore full funding to the Ottawa County Health Department because budgets are moral documents. 266 days ago, you began serving as an Ottawa County Commissioner. For some of you, it may feel more like 266 years, not 266 days. Can you relate? I know I can. 266 days ago, you raised your right hand and swore an oath to support and defend the U.S. Constitution. At the beginning of the Constitution is the preamble, which is like a mission statement. It begins with the phrase, "We the people," and shortly after are 4 distinct and important words, "promote the general welfare." Another way to say this is to advocate for the well-being of people. When I review the budget for next year, I do not see you standing by your oath and advocating for the well-being of the 300,000 plus residents of Ottawa County. Among the many cuts are a 46% cut to the Children's Special Health Services Vaccine Initiative, a 48% cut in Public Health Administration, a 14% cut for communicable disease prevention, a 38% cut for family planning services, and a 54% cut to health education and food programs, including Ottawa Food and Meet Up and Eat Up. Concerning that drastic cut to health education and food programs, I volunteer 1 day a month to Feeding America in Zeeland. I know that lines are long and they're getting longer every month. On that July day alone, we served 101 households, including 349 individuals, 61 who were seniors, 134 who were children, and 5 US veterans. The church I attend in Zeeland has a food program called Feeding Our Neighbors. We serve meals to local residents in order to reduce food insecurity. Last year, 3,500 meals were distributed to Zeeland residents. The cuts in your budget will cause our lines to grow, more meals to prepare, and negatively impact the neediest residents in Zeeland. How do these many cuts to the health department budget advocate for the well-being of our residents in Ottawa County? The short answer is they don't. Remember your oath to the Constitution and advocate for, not against, the well-being of our residents. Please vote no on this budget. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Number 43 is Barbara Lee Van Horsen, Grand Haven City.
Good evening, Barbara Lee Van Horsen, City of Grand Haven, and the Momentum Center. Tonight, I want to advocate for the health of our community in general and the mental health of our community specifically. The services that the Public Health Department provides are essential, and we should be making every effort to meet their budgetary needs. Yesterday at the CMH board meeting, there was an attempt to remove the Momentum Center from the budget being passed by the CMH. In the end, they voted to review all the funding going to social and recreational programs from the mental health millage and provide those of us that offer these services 3 months of payment while they are being evaluated. I want to remind the commissioners here who sit on that board that the millage was passed by this county specifically for community hubs and recreational clubs and camps, transportation services, mental health awareness programs, and expansion of jail services. It was the people of our county who were struggling with the lack of services when state Medicaid funding was cut and Can Do was closed down. It was the people of our county who identified the need to provide people who are struggling with social and recreational opportunities because we all need community. It was the people of our county who overwhelmingly passed the millage that allowed those services to be offered. And finally, I want to address the reality of stereotypes and stigma. I've heard the reinforcement lately of the very worst caricatures of people who struggle in this community. No one benefits from this kind of atmosphere, no one. The attack on the health department and now the attack on social and recreational programs in our county is taking a real toll. People are anxious, people are depressed, people are feeling stigmatized and attacked. So right now, I just want to reach out to anybody in the community who's struggling, who's stressed, who's worried, who's anxious. There are people who care and want to offer resources and support. You're not alone, you are valuable, you are important, and you deserve to be seen. The programs that now sit in limbo provide an essential service to real human beings. This is not a numbers game. This is a matter of life and death.
Thank you.
Number 44 is Karen Obitz, Spring Lake Village.
Good evening, Karen Obitz, Spring Lake. Just to dovetail on what Director Barbara Van Horsen from the Momentum Center just said, when she talked about the way the millage was passed for the services she was describing, just want to remind everyone, she was talking about we, the people. Although there are many specifics about the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget to which I could speak, I'm going to focus tonight on Commissioner Moss's disparaging remarks about what he referred to at one of the meetings last week as a narrative-driven approach to budgetary discussions. Specifically, I want to speak to the Ottawa impact narrative that has been on display throughout this flawed budget process, which saw how many iterations to the Public Health Department budget? I lost count. What I do recall is that the narrative that accompanied each of those proposed iterations was the stated desire to bring the health department back to normal pre-COVID levels, but the numbers tell a different story. This proposed budget contributes the lowest amount of county general funds for public health since before 1993. That's quite a bit pre-COVID. There was also a not so hidden but less overt Ottawa impact narrative that fueled these proposed cuts to our Department of Public Health, and that is their agenda clearly inspired by vengeful politics. This level of punitive politicking is petty. I had to practice that. And should be below the dignity of elected office, but of far greater concern to me is the risk it poses to the health of our community. For example, so far as I can tell, this proposed budget still does not clarify whether it will support the number of epidemiologists required for a county our size. Should have practiced that. Therefore, I urge a no vote on any budget for fiscal year 2024 that does not fully fund our public health department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 45 is Gwen Veltema Clem, Holland Township.
Good evening, and my pronouns are she, her. I have a paragraph to read from a study that I read recently as an introduction to my remarks. A recent study from the University of California, San Francisco used advanced imaging techniques to identify persistent T lymphocyte activation in many parts of the body up to 2.5 years after acute SARS-CoV infection. The team found T cell activation in the brainstem, spinal cord, bone marrow, nasopharyngeal and hilar lymphoid tissue, cardiopulmonary tissues, and gut wall. If the UCSF imaging data are verified, then they suggest that everyone who has had COVID-19 might have been subjected to these effects, and that ongoing immune activation might be a common feature of all COVID-19 infections, regardless of the perceived long COVID status. Now I know what you're thinking, that it would take a hell of a lot more education than most of us have in this room to understand that paragraph. But even with my English majory reading comprehension, I can tell you that they are describing that we are living with potentially damaged immune systems. This is reminiscent of the HIV epidemic of the 1980s. And if you recall, HIV/AIDS was at one time a death sentence. It took nearly 15 years and a lot of activism before the CDC, the NIH, and the FDA studied and approved medications to improve the outcome of that diagnosis. We are only 3 years into the COVID-19 epidemic. With the fallout of an increasing number of damaged immune systems, we should be increasing or at least maintaining our public health budget, not decreasing it. We will see increasing numbers of heart attacks, fatal blood clots, Parkinson's, dementia, and fast-growing cancers. It makes sense to take reasonable precautions to prevent reinfection, since every infection may lead to severe disability. I've heard the phrase faith over fear used frequently. And how far are we going to take that idea? Do we stop inspecting restaurants and just trust that they're maintaining our health standards? Do we drink from any puddle at the end of the driveway? Or do we go swimming at the beach when it's been closed due to fecal contamination? All of those scenarios fall within the public health realm. When we are living in a moment that includes an ongoing pandemic and a climate crisis, it is unwise, ill-advised, inappropriate, and even dangerous to cherry pick public health measures like some people cherry pick which Bible verses to follow.
Thank you.
Number 46 is Mike Dahlman, Holland Township Clerk.
Good evening, everybody. Again, I come here tonight and I have a group of fellow election administrators and clerks in the lobby. We want to thank you for your support and trust in the many hours of work between the local and county clerk's offices to develop the early voting agreement. Just a reminder, this plan allows Ottawa County to meet the mandated election requirements in a cost-effective, secure, and consistent manner for voters and election workers. The plan saves our taxpayers many dollars, presents one uniform message to all our voters about early voting in our county. Our voters will have a convenient opportunity to cast their vote early if this is their choice, and know that the safety and integrity of their vote will be upheld. Tonight, I come before you to ask for your support to approve this early voting agreement. As a local clerk, I ask you to please approve the plan tonight so that we can get working on the next steps to make this a reality. Again, anytime, if you have any questions, I invite you to contact me or any of our other local clerks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 47 is Susan Robertson, Grand Haven Township.
Hi, good evening. I'm not going to hold forth on any of the information that's already been introduced and the remarkable amount of data that the people of Ottawa County have brought before you. I'm not convinced that you will change anything that you intend to do. But I did want to look at Roger Belknap, who is my county commissioner, and ask him specifically.
If you could please address your comments to the chair, that would be appropriate.
Through the chair, I would like to address Mr. Belknap, who is my elected official, and ask him to vote to support the public health budget. And also the early voting thing is a really good thing to vote for too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 48 is J. Parnell McCarter, Georgetown Township.
I thank this board for seeking ways to promote a more sound election system and true health, even while the state is making both harder to attain. As a volunteer assisting checkmyvote.org, I have submitted to the Georgetown Township Clerk and the County Clerk's Office thousands of invalid entries in the qualified voter file in this township, and then plan to work on assisting with thousands of identified ones in the other townships. One root problem is the ERIC system, which is placing bad entries in the qualified voter file so that there are more registered voters in Michigan and in a number of Ottawa County townships than even voting age population citizens there. But even if the Ottawa County system is fixed, if there are other Michigan counties where there remain major problems, then Ottawa County voters are effectively cheated in statewide elections under the current system. The sad reality is that our state and national election system is unsound, even as our vaccine and public health policy is unsound. It is not a conspiracy theory that Michigan police found out several years ago that Democrat-connected GBI Strategies was engaged in widespread systemic voter fraud in many Michigan locations, including Muskegon, yet to my knowledge, there has been no indictments for fraud. Voting machine vulnerabilities and lack of proper chain of custody ballot drop-offs are also not conspiracy theories. It is not a conspiracy theory that big pharma vaccine manufacturers have total immunity from liability if something unintentionally goes wrong with their COVID vaccines, a special protection afforded by the federal government, which few other industries enjoy, while they have raked in over $90 billion in profits from such. It is not a conspiracy theory that COVID vaccines have known health risk factors and that information about these risk factors has been suppressed. It is not a conspiracy theory that sexually transmitted infections have reached an all-time high in the US at more than 25 million each year, and that such are a negative consequence of our sinful rebellion against biblical sexual morality. It is not a conspiracy theory that public health departments and schools across the nation, including Ottawa's, are undermining biblical Christianity at the directive of the federal government, such as promoting the LGBTQ2T lifestyle and rejecting biblical creationism. It is not a conspiracy theory that low and middle class families cannot afford high taxes that fund government programs which undermine biblical values. It is not a conspiracy theory that our original Christian decentralizing constitution, the Articles of Confederation, was illegally overthrown with one with centralized power in Washington, D.C., and imposes secular humanism across the nation. These are just some of many manifestations of sin and misery we should all individually and corporately acknowledge. while seeking deliverance from Jesus Christ and to live in gratitude to him by God's grace. Thank you again for your efforts.
Thank you. Number 49 is Sally Lamer, Holland Township.
I am Sally Lamer from Holland Charter Township. I simply want to say I am in favor of the healthy well-being of every adult and child of every color and orientation. I am against you jeopardizing our great county health standing for your petty grievances. Reducing the health department budget is, without a doubt, wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 50 is Rebecca Patrick, Allendale.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Rebecca Patrick, Allendale Township. As you consider the public health budget tonight, I have a few observations. First, some questions. How many people rallied in favor of the health department on September 6th? How many people rallied out here this evening? How many emails and phone calls and letters to the editor have you read from people who are asking you to fully fund the health department? And how many public comments have you heard where people are asking you to fully fund the health department? The point of all this is that people are trying to tell you something. They're trying to tell you that they want their Board of Commissioners to demonstrate love and compassion, especially for the most vulnerable, as many have already said here tonight. Secondly, I hope the board majority can find a way to repair its relationship with their health department leadership. The county needs the board majority to quit holding weird kangaroo court proceedings. We need you to stop lying about condom cupcakes. We need you to stop calling the health director interim. And third, I hope the board majority can explain why it desires to single out public health for significant budget cuts, while at the same time other departments go unexamined. And worse yet, you pad the administrators and corporate council's budgets. You are about to eliminate who knows how many people's jobs on extremely short notice for no reason, while spending goes unchecked in other parts of the budget. And lastly, I hope you recognize that your so-called budget development process is no process at all. Even at this late stage, you don't know how many positions will be eliminated. You don't know which programs will be affected. You have given us a very public demonstration of the antics of a dysfunctional, insular group of people who have no idea how to develop a multi-million-dollar budget in the public sector and who have managed to alienate thousands of residents and county employees. My words are likely not registering on the board majority, and I get that. But there are others of you who may still be willing to think carefully about what Ottawa County needs. In a nutshell, Ottawa County needs you to consider the human cost of this budget dysfunction and this attack on public health. So I'm asking you to change course. You could restore funding. You could retain services and help the vulnerable. You could repair your relationship with public health leadership. You could save jobs. You could love people. It's my hope that you will do all of these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 51 is Kathy Seaver, Allendale.
I'm Kathy Seaver, Allendale Township, District 8. I'm here to ask you to put aside your petty grievances with the health department. The citizens of Ottawa County need all of the services a good health department offers. Your motives are very transparent. Please move beyond self-interest and fully fund the health department.
Thank you. Number 52 is Marcia Mansoray, Holland Township.
Good evening, Marcia Mansoray, Holland Township. I heard Administrator Gibbs complain a couple of weeks ago that discussion around the Public Health Department's budget for 2024 is, quote, a lot of hype out there, not really based on reality. So I want to bring just some plain reality tonight. This is where we stand right now with the budget included in the packet of materials for this meeting. It is over $4 million lower than what was initially proposed due to the removal of about $2.5 million of grants and $1.8 million less from the county. So multiple grants have been rejected and services will be leaving this community. All county financial support for Pathways to Better Health has been removed. This is unprecedented. Pathways can continue for another year, maybe two, with fund balance that is thankfully restricted for their use only. This budget wipes out the Department of Public Health fund balance, which is its rainy day fund. Either all nutrition and wellness funding is cut or half of health education as a whole, depending on how one looks at it. Nutrition services and health education are required under the Michigan Compiled Laws, Section 333, Part 2433. This is the lowest amount of county general funds dedicated to public health operations, not including the cap, since before 2001. And while this recently is in a record-setting inflationary environment, this budget penalizes the community for the ability of public health staff to secure grants that provide services to our community. For as far back as I can find records, this is the first time the budget resolution being voted on by the board tonight states that county general fund dollars for a department are limited to the activity as allocated by the board. I'm very concerned that this may not be legal. The funding for 2 of 4 epidemiologists is eliminated. 3 positions remain, but funding for 2 is eliminated. Dedicated civil servants have been treated as pawns as the administrator plays with budget scenarios that range from pre-1990s numbers up to the recession era county contributions that are up for a vote today. These are just the facts. If you're confused, please ask questions of someone who can help. I ask that the board vote no on the budget before you in the packet. And I thank you. And I also thank you very much for considering the early voting agreement tonight.
Thank you.
Number 53 is Adeline Hambley, Holland.
Good evening, Adeline Hambley. I'm the health officer for Ottawa County. Seems it has become the new normal for the health officer to address the board via public comment. I have not been asked to address you, but I felt it was my duty to at least do so here. I was shut out of the budget discussions when I communicated the consequences of what you have proposed to do to health department funding. When you first said that you would cut the health department funding to 2.5 million funding level, I advised you that the health department would close within weeks of the new fiscal year and the county would face intervention by the state of Michigan for failure to provide required services. When you accepted that I was correct that the health department could not operate on a general fund contribution of 2.5 million, you eventually ended at the amount now in play at 4.8 million, over 2 million more than the budget of 2.5 million I was asked to create with 2 days notice. Now it is being stated by Administrator Gibbs and some commissioners that there will be, quote, no cuts to children's programs. This is untrue. Under the current budget proposed, the health education program, which includes programming to children and families, including Ottawa Food, the Ottawa Area Suicide Prevention Coalition, Migrant Farm Worker Health, Meet Up and Eat Up, Safe Homes, and substance abuse prevention programs, is being cut by nearly 50%. As there are very little operational costs in this program line, voting yes on the current budget will likely result in the layoff of 3 filled positions in a department of 6. At a time when inflation is up and more than 20,000 additional Ottawa residents have signed up for Medicaid since 2019, this is not the time to cut programs that assist with healthy food access, suicide prevention, and substance abuse disorders. No budget can sustain a 50% cut in funding and staff and maintain services and programs at existing levels. So even though you don't want to say it out loud, you are in fact cutting services to children and families through this action. You also say you have not cut a 3rd epidemiologist, but you have cut the general fund for that position. That is the same thing. If enough additional funding is awarded by the state for essential services, we may be able to maintain this position. However, if the state funding does not come through, We will experience the loss of a third epidemiologist, putting us below the minimum service levels that are required by the state. However, it has been difficult to create a plan for how these cuts will be implemented, given the number of times the public health budget has changed over the past several weeks. My task now will be to identify exactly how your cuts will be passed along to Ottawa County residents. As health officer, I will continue to communicate transparently with you and with the public about the budget that you pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
And number 54 is Dale Moore, Holland City.
Good evening. I had no intention of coming here and speaking tonight. I don't have any notes. This is impromptu because I was urged, no, I don't know about urged, but encouraged to come and speak on behalf of us veterans. I served 4 years in the Navy from 58 to 62 in the Naval Aviation Electronics. I'm concerned because I walk with a cane because I've got arthritis real bad. And I've had 26 surgeries now in my life, primarily because to correct my arthritis problems. But of all those surgeries, none of them were paid for by the VA because I was unaware of it. I heard about the VA years ago, and I went to the VA that was in Lower Monroe then. And they said that at that time I was ineligible and they couldn't help me. But then I don't know what surgery it was, but then I was told, Dale, you should go to Wyoming VA. And they said, I'm sure they can help you. Excuse me. And lo and behold, they have been very, very helpful towards me. They paid for a couple of surgeries now. I got more coming. And I just wish that Ottawa County had made us aware, because there's a lot of us that did not know anything about the VA. But thank goodness now, most of us know. And like some of them said tonight, a lot of us veterans weren't even made aware or aware of, or made that the authorities didn't know about us. But I guess now they do. In closing, I just want to thank you guys for the work that you do. Thank you for turning this county around and making it like what our forefathers made it years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 55, Jeff A. Public.
First time here. Good to meet you. Not really, but I just want you to know I'm here not of really my own volition. When I started hearing what was going on here, I said, oh my gosh, are you kidding? How did they get in there? You're the chairperson? Yeah, how did you get in there? Because it's the same playbook that's coming from Congress right now, the House, same thing. It is. And you're just following along with it. We had a lot of experts in here. I didn't see any paperwork, did you? Telling them all the bad things that masks do. Oh my gosh, possibly could get some type of chloride from it. What about COVID? Killed a lot of people, right? I know guys that were killed here that died like that. They were pretty healthy. So to sit there and pull in all the crap that comes from Fox and the rest of the media. Only thing I'm going to say, because I don't have a lot of time. These kind people, right, that you've listened to, They pay your salary. I pay your salary. Okay? This is a beautiful little setup here, but it should be around. You should be, I'm thinking school desks for each of you, okay? School desks. Then you won't think you're so far above your bosses, okay? That's okay. If I break this thing, I got to pay for it, right? Right? And I wondered too, any of you wearing earplugs? Because that's the reaction I'm seeing when these people get up and they pour their hearts out for something that's an idiotic issue. And you know, I don't threaten people. I don't even own a gun. See, I wore this because this is my right to bear arms right here. That's why I'm here. But I will, like I said, I don't threaten, but I'll tell you, I got time off. I'll come for your job. I won't mess around with these. And you don't think I can take your, oh, I love the look. You don't think I can do it? I can communicate with people because I love people. I'll talk to every one of them. I will come get it. You got an answer? Just understand, especially if you pass this bill, when you got rid of the DEI or DIA or whatever it was, diversity. Come on, common sense here. You're being paid by us. I'm not going to ask you not to do it. I'm going to tell you there will be repercussions. I guarantee it. Maybe we'll meet on the campaign trail. Good enough. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to remind the public speakers that this is a time for you to address the board. The board does not respond during this time. This is our opportunity to listen to your three minutes. We could continue.
Number 56, Roger Williams, Grand Haven City.
I'm Roger Williams from Grand Haven, and I identify as and prefer to go by smart and ass. I gotta say, I love seeing all the anti-Ottawa impact signs. Really shows tolerance and acceptance. Ottawa County, where all belong. Well, actually, not all, apparently. Also, if guns kill people, we'd have a problem outside here. There's one on the sheriff out there, and it hasn't gone off once yet on its own. I know the left is wailing and gnashing their teeth over the health department budget, but I'd like to point out a few things out. According to the left, those that are so upset about the health department budget, equity is an ideal to strive toward, and society is broken into oppressors and the oppressed, and equity helps level the playing field. Well, no single county governmental department exerted more power and had more control over the county and its citizens the last few years than the health department. Therefore, they are the oppressors, and the rest of the county and its citizens are the oppressed. Using that famous cartoon of three people watching a baseball game trying to see over the fence, the health department doesn't need their stool to stand on, so take it and give it to others. And since the left is perfectly fine with the government deciding what is equitable, they should have no problem with this board deciding who needs the extra help to reach equity. Plus, I know math is now racist and 2 + 2 doesn't always equal 4 anymore, but 14 million is a higher number than the 11 to 12 million of the last pre-COVID budget. Maybe the leftists on the board would like to explain how 14 million is a cut from 12 million. Would Dilster like to try? Maybe Bergman? How about Bonneman? Now, I'm not expecting leftists to agree with this because I've given up on seeking consistency and I'm used to this hypocrisy. Much the same way it's so offensive to the left if anyone that supports the board's current majority is disruptive during the meetings, yet cheer on Oakland Joe Spalding as he shouts out insults and plays a harmonica during a meeting. By the way, search Oakland Joe Spalding on YouTube for examples of racism. You know, I've been reliably informed that disrupting a government meeting makes you an insurrectionist. I'm sure that applies to Oakland Joe, right? Of course not, because it's only wrong when certain people do it. I'm a little disappointed that the final budget number is as high as it is, and ask in the name of equity, you cut it even further. But I do have to say I'm enjoying the mass theater up here. You wear a mask, step up to the podium, take it off the mask, lay it on the podium full of germs, lean into the mic, dozens of people have breathed in and spoken into, give your speech, during which I guess COVID is smart enough to stay away, then pick up your germ-infested mask with your germ-infested hands that have also touched the podium, put it back on and breathe in all the new germs. It's good stuff. One last thing, according to our health department, the veterans make up 6% of the county population, but account for 24% of the suicides. Maybe we can do better and offer more than funeral services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 57 is Bob Spayman, Linden Township.
I really like the guy too before me. He's fantastic. I have a few subjects. One is COVID. During the budget discussion, Gibbs said 3 times that COVID is over in one of his crazy explanations at the Finance Committee meeting last week. And Moss said or insinuated from the pulpit the same thing. COVID, like the flu and many other diseases, is not over. Never will be over. I know at least 6 people who have been diagnosed with COVID now or recently have it. Only a fool, such as Gibbs, Moss, and his puppets, would say that COVID is over. Should I send those people over to Moss's house for a laying of hands or some witch's brew? If I get COVID, I will be over with a mask on. I only live about 4 miles from you. Reduce taxes. I have a question. With the health department reduction and the budget surplus, will the county millage be reduced? I don't see it in the resolution. I would think everybody in this room would have the same question. Or are we getting less services from the health department with our defunding the budget while it's at the same time having the same millage rate? Does that make sense? Why not reduce the millage rate with the health department savings? Budget process. I've been through many government budget processes, and I must say this was one of the most disjointed I've ever seen. It was a train wreck and a circus with the budget workshops. In addition, with the number of budgets produced, it was hard for the average Joe, no pun intended, Joe, to keep up with the Gibbs constantly changing the budget, right up to the point where the final budget is still in flux. You totally ignored or excluded the non-Ottawa Impact Board members' comments in the process. The Kent County budget was approved a month ago, and they are twice the size of the Ottawa County. This is the reflection on the Ottawa Impact members who know nothing how a government budgeting works. You look bad to the other government agencies around us, and you're the laughing stock to you. The last point I have is the threats. For Ottawa Impact members, please keep your posse from making all those death threats and those to the people on the recall for evils. They serve no purpose and make you look even worse. Someone will get hurt eventually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 58 is Penny Doan, Park Township. Number 58, Penny Doan. Number 59 is Pat Smith, the Grand Haven Township.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a retired economist with some experience in health economics. Before I speak about health, I would express my support for the early voting agreement that was approved by the Finance Committee and our county clerk. Now for health. Please fully fund the health department. I appreciate that the original budget cuts have been scaled back, and that is a move in the right direction. And I ask you to keep moving in that right direction so that the public health department can do its job effectively. My message from my expertise is that population health is critical to a well-functioning, growing economy. Why? Well, the connection is that poor health reduces labor productivity. The cost of reduced labor productivity can be substantial. The Institute of Medicine estimated that the costs of preventable diseases due to reduced labor productivity via premature death, premature retirement, work absences, total about $1 trillion annually for the nation. Nobel Prize winning economist and economic historian Robert Fogel estimates that about 1/3 of GDP growth in developed countries in the last century resulted from better health. So a good economy requires good health. In addition, the recent COVID-19 pandemic showed us that infectious diseases can seriously hurt the macroeconomy. And so we need to be able to respond quickly and effectively. We need our public health department to be in a position to respond quickly and effectively, just like we need the fire department and the police department. Finally, it's usually cheaper to prevent disease than to treat it. So if we reduce the public health department's ability to prevent disease, we might just be getting more costs in the long run. So in conclusion, please fully fund the county public health department so it can do its job effectively to maintain the physical and mental and economic health of our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 60 is Virginia Greenlee, Park Township.
Thank you all for what you do. Thank you for standing strong. Thank you for not bending to all these emotions that continue to pour out. It's hard being in your shoes. I don't envy you, but I thank you. I keep hearing fully fund, fully fund, fully fund. What does fully fund the health department mean? How nebulous and vague can that be? If anybody here in Michigan, and most people should have heard of Dave Ramsey with his budgets and teaching people how to be financial stewards, you don't just wait for a year and then say, oh yeah, this is my budget. No, every week you're at least being on top of what your finances are. I can't believe people are saying, oh, the budget's being cut. Oh, we're going to close our health department. Oh, we're not going to have these services. Give me a break. Do you think all these people really want to close the health department? Can't people learn to operate within a budget? But you know that old saying, if you're given an inch, you want to take a mile. How much more money is going to be money enough? Never. And the Bible says the poor you will always have with you. We have three institutions that God instituted. You've got the family, you've got church, you've got government. And people are crossing the lines way too much. It is not the government's responsibility to do what the church was supposed to do. Every one of these people who say that they are of faith are part of the problem and part of the solution. If they're not being part of the solution, why should they depend on government to be the solution? It's not the government's job. I'm sorry. It is all of ours. Are you helping your neighbor? Are you helping your community? Are you helping in volunteering different organizations? Or do you think the government has to give another handout to cause people to be entitled and feel codependent on the government? Why do you think there were a lot of people during the pandemic that stayed home instead of going to work anymore? Because they were dependent on the handouts, the COVID enticements. And yes, COVID does have an obligation when you see that word. If you go along with it, you're obligated to have to give in to what they're going to require of you. Why do you think the hospitals got over $300,000 for COVID death? They were obligated to follow Fauci's false protocol in which 1 out of 2 could die because of the remdesivir treatment. I'm sorry if y'all believe the lies about COVID. It was a hoax because the flu disappeared. Pneumonia's disappeared. Colds disappeared. But it's kind of nice people are catching colds again. People are catching the flu again. Hello. And the PCR test, of course you can test positive because it's at the threshold very high that almost anything under the sun could test positive. So if you want to keep believing the lie about COVID, keep wearing your mask, social distance, and do not ever, ever depend on the government because they're not your God.
Number 61 is Jeremy Bosch, Allendale Township.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeremy. I saw you guys not too long ago. Can't remember when, but I apologize for my appearance. I ran out of gas and I ran from Gentiles. So my butt cheeks are on fire. So everyone's like kind of upset. I understand that. But where I feel, if you look in the future, that's the most important. So that everyone talk about the healthcare, where I say the future, obviously the front of the court's my issue. And that resonates a little bit because if things don't change with front of the court and this investigator that I have, you're gonna have a lot of children with severe mental health issues in the future. and then that's a lot more angry people. And we don't want that. So just recently, I spoke with the director of Front of the Court. She was nice enough to speak with me. However, things still keep happening. If you work with someone you're not comfortable with, as I said multiple times, I'm not comfortable with my caseworker. I'm not comfortable with anyone who harasses me after my son dies. I'm not comfortable with anyone who harasses me when I leave for the army or if I get sick. It continues to happen. So when I go there, I'm told I can't speak to anyone. I can't call. I have to write. I write and it's ignored. So I go there and the girl in the front desk is telling me, she's nice. She's telling me my caseworker is well aware that I'm there. His supervisor also, because they're talking on their cute little jabber thing. So right after that happens, my caseworker came out just to make himself present because he knew I was going to talk about my son. I didn't know what was happening with my son. He was in the hospital. He knew, he talked to mom. He just didn't want to help out. So he ignores me when I very politely asked him, could you speak to me about my son? He was on his phone. It was cute. And then he passed and he came back 30 seconds later. It wasn't because he had to do something. He told the judge in court that he is well aware that I have mental health issues, post-traumatic stress disorder, anger management. He has the same issues. But every time I deal with him, I have to record his actions because he can't behave at all. So that's, if the leadership doesn't get better, a lot of mental health problems gonna happen. But thank you for your time.
Number 62 is Chelsea Morrison, Spring Lake.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Morrison, and I am a sixth-generation resident of Ottawa County. My family has lived across our 11 districts for over 100 years. Mr. Gibbs is new in town, and something tells me my family will continue to live here long after he moves on to his next political project. Thank you to everyone before me for sharing their deeply personal anecdotes of how public health programs have provided them life-saving services. Thank you to all of the health department employees for explaining how these budget cuts will decimate these life-saving programs. Thank you to our health department employees for dedicating their lives to providing these life-changing services. They take their jobs home with them and are really never off the clock. Thank you to the passionate residents of our county who are dedicating their time and energy to organize this support for public health. Tonight was an incredibly educational experience for all of us. Everyone here, whether they will admit it or not, learned something new about public health services. I learned how far-reaching a public health department is. It is all-encompassing and offers something beneficial and enriching for every single resident, regardless of age, race, gender, political party, or socioeconomic status. Their work is literally a matter of life and death and of public safety. I ask that the board vote no on the current proposed budget. I learned a lot tonight. I hope the board did as well. It is crystal clear to me that public health should be considered a bipartisan issue. If the board cannot treat it as such, I'll speak their language instead. WWJD. What would Jesus do? Jesus is the original public health advocate. I'm following his lead. What say you, Ottawa County Commissioners?
Thank you.
Number 63 is Judy Ross.
Judy Ross, District 10, Spring Lake Township. For more than 3 decades, I've been proud to be a resident of Ottawa County, well-funded, well-administered, striving toward tolerance. Today,
when asked to identify my county, I more often startle than mumble its name. I suspect your vote tonight will only lead me to startle and mumble with greater frequency.
Thank you.
Number 64, Leslie Coghill, West Olive. Sorry. Number 65, Roberta Nada, Grand Haven Township.
Good evening. My name is Roberta Nada from Grand Haven Township. I am a retired nurse. I worked for 42 years in 3 different departments. I am an advocate for my patients at all times. First of all, I would like to thank our commissioners. They have done so much to sit there and listen and be so respectful to everybody who comes up. They continue to stand by their pledge, the commissioners of Moss, who are Moss, Rhodey, Cosby, Ebel, Medina, Minima, I'm going to pronounce your name wrong, I'm so sorry, and Belknap. They have done their due diligence in researching each and every item that comes before them. As we all know, our economy is taking many hits. Families are struggling, but yet our interim health officer wants to continue on the COVID gravy train. Due to ongoing litigation, her position as interim health officer is working out pretty well. Convenient. Any corporation would have fired Ms. Hambly by this time due to her media antics. I have passed along to her Pfizer documentation, wondering if she ever looked at the important information. It was on the last 9 pages, the adverse event report of the Pfizer documentation, 1,200 side effects, information from the start of the vaccines through February 28th of 2021. What study was done prior to giving vaccinations to everyone? Is the study still ongoing? I've been in a Mayo Clinic study. I was in a study for 5 years for a drug to be used for something different so they could use it for my disease. 5 years, they drew my blood. How many people had their blood drawn after getting these vaccinations? There are many things that are happening to our children due to these vaccinations. So I'd like to thank you for all of you who have voted to protect our children. I'm thankful for what you've done for the Vietnam vets. Very thankful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 66, Steve Bliss, Georgetown Township.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. I'm Steve Bliss. I live in Georgetown Township. Tonight, you've heard from many people detailing the vital importance of the Ottawa County Public Health Department. I echo their statements and sentiments. Ottawa residents deserve the best public health. I'm here to urge commissioners to reject the proposed budget cuts and to continue full funding for the Ottawa County Department of Public Health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 67, Diane Madsen, Grand Haven Township.
Good evening. Diane Madsen, District 9, Grand Haven Township. I really am in awe of the number of speakers tonight who have remained so eloquent and calm in their words. And I wish I could be like them, but to be quite honest, I'm angry. And I don't want to come across as angry because I know sometimes that sounds crazy. So I'm going to take a big breath. And I'm going to try and remain calm as I make 7 points. I would like you to listen, but I'm not naive enough to think that you actually are, because a lot of you aren't making any eye contact, which is that's a good point that you're not really listening. Number one, I agree with the need for veterans to have help with PTSD, but yet this commission is reducing the dollars for the health department and consequently the mental health department. Number two, let freedom ring means to me that I have the right to worship as I please or not to worship. And you are supposed to represent all of the people in this community, not just the ones that worship like you. Three, this board, I feel, has been fiscally irresponsible by firing the previous administrator with a hefty severance package, I might add, and hiring Mr. Gibbs, who by his own admission can't do the job and requires an assistant. You have increased the budget for legal counsel. You have rejected $2.2 million in free COVID grant money. But yet, I just learned tonight that several of you accepted COVID relief money for your own businesses. Number four, please fully fund the Ottawa County Health Department and support the early voting agreement. Number five, your actions speak louder than your fake words of Christianity. I would think, as a serious, Jesus-loving Christian, you would act like one. Because those of us out here who are questioning the existence of God are looking at those who profess to be followers. We are watching you. And so far, you have turned me away from your religion. And finally, you have divided this county. You have fractured us to the point that I'm not sure we can recover. I hope we can. I hope we can repair our divided community, but if we don't, that future is your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 68 is Alpha Mansray, Holland Township.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alpha Mansouri, Holland Township. Looking at our reading from our love letters from home in the book of Luke, chapter 10, verse 25, we encounter a story about a good Samaritan. A man was traveling from Jericho to Jerusalem, and then he was attacked, and a priest walked by and saw the man lying there, and he walked and told himself, "This is not my problem." He walked around the man and left. A priest came by, Levi, part of the priesthood. The same thing, he looked at the man, walked by, "This is not my problem." A Samaritan came by, saw the man, had compassion on him. He bandaged his wounds, and he proceeded to take him to the nearest inn and told the innkeeper, "If you incur any more expenses than you already would have incurred, I will come back and pay you." Don't miss the point there. He employed industry to help somebody in need. Misfortune is common. We don't get to have our own health department, our own fire department when my neighbor's house is on fire. We don't get to have our own private armies. We have a community that we share. There is a sense of weism in it. What would it look like if you, commissioners, share your compassion and make manifest in others? What would you look like if you show more kindness? Instead, you walked around, said, "This is not my problem." A foreigner came in and said, "This is my problem. I'll make this my problem today." So I am telling you this not because of any other reason, to answer a question that was posed to Christ himself, who is my neighbor. We all share a community of pain, anger, sorrow, joy. Do something wonderful. The world will imitate it.
Thank you.
Number 69 is Sierra Schutz, City of Holland.
Hello, I'm Sierra Schutz. I live in the city of Holland. I'm an Ottawa County employee. I am a health educator, and it's my absolute honor and privilege to serve as the coordinator of Ottawa Food. The budget decision made tonight to cut health education will, significantly affect me as a person. It will significantly affect my little growing family. I could speak endlessly about my passion and zeal for Ottawa Food, but I feel really called to acknowledge how immensely stressful these times have been, both for our community, for employees, and I'm sure for each and every one of you as elected officials. I want to honor and just acknowledge the heavy reality that throughout all this, family relationships have been hurt, friendships have been hurt, and programs have been affected. So my heart really just wants to offer and to affirm to this board that, within this whole flurry, that reconciliation and healing are available to us. Communities across history have embraced beautiful means of healing after serious harm has occurred. So again, I just want to affirm to this board that right now and tomorrow and the next day, that reconciliation and healing are available to each of you and to us as a community in both our personal and our professional life and within our shared social life. And in the face of this change coming to my life at, the decision of the board, I want you to know that it's important to me as a person to honor each of your stories and your perspectives. And I super hope that the vote tonight is to support health education and Ottawa Food and public health. And even deeper than that hope, I hope that we as a community with you as our elected leaders make large and loving strides towards reconciliation and healing. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Number 70 is Bruce Greenlee, Park Township.
Good evening, commissioners. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. A few speakers ago mentioned about why is the board not utilizing all COVID funding grants and so forth. I just want to step back. My wife and I lived in, I live in Park Township. I have for 5 years. My wife and I lived in the city of Holland and Holland Heights for 5 years as well. So I attended many Holland City Council meetings. One that I did not attend was one that was reported by one of the county commissioners in this room, reporting what Ottawa County has done recently. And this was toward the end of last year. I don't know the exact date. I didn't look it up. But it was in November, I believe. That commissioner reported that it's been kind of an odd week. We don't do this every week, obviously, but we just spent 21 million with an M. A lot, let's just say $31 million of COVID, ARPA, whatever you want to call it, funds. That was distributed in a variety of ways. That's been stated in other meetings of giving bonuses to county employees as well as used for a lot of other reasons. That's a lot of money. If we skip a little bit and we follow where those grants, the coattails that they're tied to, that's why a lot of things haven't been done the way some folks would like. There was a statement made by the second president of the US, John Adams. Some lady asked a question of him, and she didn't understand his motives and the reason why he did things. And he said, "Facts are stubborn things, madam. You can't change things." And the interesting thing is tonight I've heard the term from, I'm the 70th speaker, probably 35 or 40 folks from in this room and some that have left have used the word full funding. Pretty nebulous. I think that's probably something that's a term that maybe the Holland Sentinel uses, because just recently in the last week or so, interim health director Hambly mentioned that if we don't get funding changed, that the health department will probably not exist in November.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 71 is Kim Nagy, Georgetown Township.
Hi, Kim Nagy from Jenison. Mr. Moss, my understanding of full funding would be the budget that was proposed initially by Ms. Hambly as adequate for the health department. Ms. Curran is my commissioner. Ms. Curran, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 72, Paul Cook, Park Township.
Hello, my name is Paul Cook from Park Township. We moved here 14 months ago. We moved here because of the resources that are available, the water, the beautiful weather, and the beautiful people that were here. Had done lots of vacation over the last 40, 50 years from the Lansing area and just loved being here. We moved here and we found a very close community. That is, people live here, they raise their kids. The kids stay here, whereas around my area, and the kids would go all over the country, if not all over the world. People come back here. If you go off for education or to the military, they come back here. I was just blown away the fact of how closeness and how much people loved being here as a community and took pride in the community and helping one another throughout the things. However, in the last 8 or 9 months, I'm feeling a lot of discord in the community, a lot of friction. A lot of people can't say certain things because they don't know who they're meeting at a reception or a party on what their beliefs are. And it's sort of like in the last few months, I'm losing that sense that the people are all together in one, as it used to be when we were here for the first 4 or 5 months. So over the many speakers, we've heard of original, or what's called fully funded for the public health department, or currently, and the proposed budget on the health department is significantly reduced. I've been in budget and committees for over 45 years in a variety of capacities. And when we had sharp disagreement, we listened to each other, we listened to the rationale behind what they believed, and then we compromised. I haven't heard very many people on the board saying the word compromise. So I would wish that you consider that you reduce the budget of the health department by a reasonable amount. Is that 10%? Is that 15%? Is that 8%? I do not know. But a reasonable amount that they can work and do what they've been hired to do. And also, let the administrators who have the education, the experience, the passion for the community to decide how to use those funds, and not line item by line item, not this, 40% this, 15% off this. Let the administrators do their job, even if it might be a slightly reduced what they want. We don't always get what we want, and let them do the job. So please consider that in terms of compromise, and let the people who are going to do their job. Thank you.
Those are all the registered public comments we have, Mr. Chair.
All right, would anyone else like to address the board?
David Moore, Allendale Township, the infamous hog farmer. Tonight, I've heard many things, and I had to question whether I was at the board meeting or at church. The name Jesus was used more in this evening than any church I've ever been in for a meeting. But the concern I have is what's behind the word. I can remember 4 things that Jesus said. First of all, no greater love hath the man than he lay down his life for his brother. And from that statement, I add this. Our veterans have served and served us well. They shouldn't have to beg for help. They shouldn't have to go hunt for a place to go. Well, I applaud what you're doing. It shouldn't be politicized. There's enough stuff you can politicize. You don't need to start there. The next thing was Jesus commanded, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind. Everything that you are belongs to him. Then he said, love your neighbor as yourself. Great, great commandments. Then he had one other thing that most people don't realize because it wasn't at the same time, but he said, suffer the little children to come unto me. By stating that, he didn't mean to make those kids suffer, but he said, do everything that you can within your power to make sure they can come unto him. And woe unto the person that stands in the way. Woe unto the person that stands in the way. Recently, a resolution was passed by this board that I stand here and tell you today should have been unanimous, but it wasn't. And I hear Jesus this and Jesus that. But the ones that I see that want more money for the public health department are the same ones that are hugging the ones that wouldn't support Jesus's children. Makes me wonder, what Jesus do they know? So I recall the word of God was used by many. Even Satan used it to tempt Jesus. And he used it in the garden to tempt the woman and the man. Why are you using it? So I've spoken in the past about feeding the hog. You overfeed, what happens? She needs to be turned to sausage because she serves no use. If you need to have a zero budget for the health department tonight, I could be convinced that's a good thing. Maybe she needs to be turned into sausage. Maybe we need to start over. Not that the need's not there. I didn't say that. But when I see the active, it makes me really wonder. Thank you for your time.
Would anyone else like to address the board?
Yeah, after that, I just have to speak up. This is my first time in this room, watching all of you,
Ma'am, can we
hoping
have your
that you're
name
all
and
listening.
jurisdiction for the
Oh,
record,
I'm Vicky
please?
Rumsa. Yeah, from Park Township. And I'm seeing some, maybe doodling, writing notes, maybe. I'm seeing some looking at their computer, heads down, some visiting with each other and giggling. Some look, so I gotta admit, you're looking and I think you're listening. But if you're really listening, the majority of the people I kept track here are speaking and asking you to vote no. The compromise, maybe there's still time, but it's not just the people here. Only 20% of the county voted and voted you in. You are asked to represent all of us. And yes, the letters to the editor count. They do. That's a public way of speaking, just as the public coming here. And the one thing I haven't seen is I haven't seen any change, except for a few of the commissioners who have kind of stepped aside of their Ottawa impact commitment to really think about who they represent. Thank God for them. And I'm just calling on all of you to really, really listen and care about the community that you represent, not just Ottawa impact. You may have your beliefs. I'm a Jesus believer too, so that's not really coming into this. It affects my moral votes. It doesn't affect how I feel about COVID masks and all the things, or signing something that I have to stick with, even if I might not believe it. So everybody just think about what you hear. Really listen. Okay, that's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board?
I believe I would. My name's Dave Barnowski and I vote in Port Sheldon Township. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, but I don't really abide by that because I've already told you all I'm an atheist. But do you think you're an exception, Joe? You were told long ago, well, you lost a court case. Well, first you were taught by two legal opinions, then you were told by court cases. And then you lost that. Then you made a false accusation in court, sitting next to David Coleman when he made a false accusation in court to carry your current court case, which is still being appealed and still hasn't been corrected. So you're still after vengeance, in my opinion. Two speakers back is a good example of why Jesus shouldn't be brought into any of these arguments. But I think it was all of you who brought him in. You bring all of these arguments and all of all of your statements that you make, your carefully crafted statements when you save the innocence of the children and all these things, you craft them so that all of these people who believe in Jesus will think that anybody who disagrees with you is a Satan worshiper or demon or what. It's really easy to demonize people when you go straight to literally calling them a demon. Demonizing used to be the sign of the weakest argument. You're supposed to make in government, in a democracy, and don't tell me it's a republic. Yes, it's a Republican, it's a democratic republic. But in a democracy, you're supposed to have arguments, and the best argument is supposed to win. Or you're supposed to have a compromise. I have no problem with veterans getting better service. I'm a veteran. I like them. I would like for them to get better service. I have not had a need for any services, but I don't doubt that there is a need. What I doubt is that you have properly researched your proposal. Mr. Bonema has done a better job. I don't know about his presentation of it. I'm not going to argue that point, but he was given what you presented at first. You may have points to make on the veterans' proposal, but I don't doubt for a minute you're going to just vote what you think is what I think is vengeance tonight on the health budget. And since I don't take to the vengeance is mine, saith the Lord saying, I am going to try to do my very best in a political sense to bring vengeance upon all of you at the polls if you do harm the public health department and the public.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board? I'd like to offer a disclaimer. Perhaps people listening would appreciate that.
Yes, great. Problem if we're not seeing anything or like that, if you feel like you should.
You may want to offer that when your time starts.
Kendra Hudsonville. This is an impromptu speech due to a prior gentleman's.
Your first and last name is.
Oh, Kendra Wenzel.
Thank you.
Can we start that over?
Well, keep going.
This is an impromptu speech due to a prior gentleman's comment regarding books that others think should or shouldn't be read and how it relates to our health department. I'm going to read excerpts from two books I previously spoke about at our local school board meeting. The first book is A Half a Yellow Sun. This book was originally required reading for parent until parents spoke up in droves. It was removed as required, but was quietly put in some teachers' classrooms. Book one, Half a Yellow Sun. I had an affair with John Black. She said, you seemed surprised. I'm not, he said, although he was, not because she had an affair, but because it was with John, who was married to her good friend Carolyn. All they did, as far as he was concerned, was have sex with one another's wives and husbands. Excerpt 2. When he finally went back inside, he stopped at the door. The bar girl was lying on her back on the floor, her wrapper bunched up at her waist, her shoulders held down, her legs wide ajar. She was sobbing. Her blouse was still on. Between her legs, High Tech was moving. His thrusts were jerky, his small buttocks darker colored than his legs. They were cheering. High Tech, enough, discharge and retire. High Tech groaned before he collapsed on top of her. A soldier pulled him off and was fumbling at his own trousers when someone said, no, Target Destroyer is next. Ugu was backed away from the door. Target Destroyer is afraid. Ugu shrugged and moved forward. Who is afraid? He said disdainfully. I just like to eat before others. That is all. The food is still fresh. Target Destroyer, aren't you a man? On the floor, the girl was still. Ugu pulled his trousers down, surprised at the swiftness of his erection. She was dry and tense when he entered her. He did not look at her face or the man pinning her down or at anything at all as he quickly moved and felt his own climax, the rush of fluids to the tips of himself, a self-loathing release. He zipped up his trousers while some soldiers clapped. Finally, he looked at the girl. She stared back at him with a calm hate. The next book is Milk and Honey. Lie me down and lay me open like a map. With your fingers, trace the places you still want to fuck out of me. Kiss me, and when your mouth is kissing, not my mouth, but the other places, my legs will split apart out of habit. That's when I will smile, throw my head back, arch my body like a mountain you want to split in half. Baby, lick me with your mouth like the gift of reading a book, and I am your favorite book. Find your favorite page in the soft spot between my legs and read it carefully, fluently, and vividly. Don't you dare leave a single word untouched, and I swear my ending will be so good that this is the last few words will come running into your mouth. This is in our public schools. Is it any wonder our children are troubled and dealing with emotional instability, confusion, STDs, pregnancies, and rape? The result of the above creates a catch-22 cycle. The children are exposed to illicit sexual content via the books in our public schools. Reading these books leads to experimenting with sex at an age they are not emotionally equipped to be exposed to at all. It can also lead to rape via boys reading these books and not understanding the emotional reaction they are having, confusion and sexual arousal, which in turn leads to children having STDs, pregnancies, abortions, and emotional instability and rape.
Thank you.
10 seconds yet. Can I still do that?
It's over. It's over time, but there is a second public comment period towards the end of the meeting. Would anyone else like to address the board?
Good evening, board. Don Dykstra, Ottawa County, Georgetown Township, veteran. I saw a video too, and it was well played. And there was some information given on there that apparently they sent out letters to the veterans that they had names for and other people in Ottawa County. I've been here 30 years. I never got anything from them. I've talked to other veterans that did the same thing. Never got any information from that place. And number two, if you set up something, we need a veteran who's been under fire, has seen what we've seen, has seen your buddy blown up, or seen him die. Not someone who has not been in a situation like that. We need veterans that done the same thing. So I hope that you truly look at this very, very hard and get the right people there to support veterans in Ottawa County. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board?
My name is Sam Leffman. I'm a resident of Ottawa, or of Holland Township. I'm a wife, a mother, a nurse. And when I became a nurse, I learned the importance of caring for all humans, regardless of race, gender, sexuality, or socioeconomic status. And I will forever use my voice to advocate. The board majority claims to want to protect children, but whose children are you referring to? Because you're surely not referring to mine who have needed to use public health services at one point or another. The board majority's unwavering support of budget cuts that would impact children have shown our community that you don't actually care about families, especially when they don't have the same beliefs as you. Nutrition and wellness programs through the health department benefit so many children and families in this county. To deny full funding, meaning what was originally requested by the health officer, and then make programs choose where to make the cuts is disrespectful and irresponsible. The staff working these programs are parents, siblings, expectant mothers, neighbors, friends, in some cases caring for children with special needs or their aging parents. For now, you get to sit at your table and make decisions that won't affect you. And you get to shake your heads in disagreement when you hear that programs will be lost, even when the professionals working at the department relentlessly try to offer their experience. I know that likely your minds are already made up and I'm wasting my breath, but I hope that your actions weigh heavy on your conscience well after elections are lost. You are directly negatively impacting people less fortunate than you, and that's not what Christians do. And once again, I'm going to mention Jesus, as many other people have, but the Jesus I know would never act in this manner. Please vote no on proposed budget cuts. Keep grant money within our community. Collaborate with the professionals that do public health work. If you don't believe in public health, don't use the services. But don't support cuts that could take programs away from families that need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board?
Aaron J. Compagner, Precinct 1, Jamestown Township. I want to say three things. First, I want to thank all the veterans in the room and here in Ottawa County. Thank the ones that came up and spoke about the real issues. Two, I want to support the board and a fiscally sound budget. Three, I've been reading some Thomas Sowell, and he's got some fantastic quotes. He's a brilliant man. I thought one, I've been listening to a lot of comments today, and I thought one fit like a circle and a peg, a circle hole. Some things are believed because they are demonstrably true, but many other things are believed simply because they have been asserted repeatedly, and repetition has been accepted as a substitute for evidence. Does that sound familiar? Can we ponder that for a bit? It kind of sounds like everything, most of the comments I've heard tonight. Repetition of lies. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board? Right, seeing none, I'll look for a motion for a short recess.
So moved.
No more. Believe online comment comes at the next period. Oh, we have one more person for in-person public comment. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Emily Ellis. I am a lifelong resident of Holland City in Ottawa County. I might take a gander and say that I think I might be the youngest person speaking to you today. And I would like that to reach your hearts because I'm a senior year nursing student. I work in the hospitals and have for the last 2.5 years. I serve our community every day I go in there. And I just ask that you guys do better for our future, for my future. This county deserves a public health department that does everything it can, whether you agree with it or not, that does everything it can for its residents. I have benefited my entire life and seen others benefit my entire life from the work of Ottawa County Public Health Department. You might not have needed it yet, but you will at some point. I believe you've heard enough tonight to know why it's the right thing to do, to vote for proper and appropriate funding for this health department. We have for decades been either the first or the second best health out of any county in Michigan. If that's not a great performance review, I don't know what is. These people have dedicated their lives. I am about to dedicate my life to creating healthy communities. I just ask that you recognize that, whether you agree with it or not. They are doing their best to do no harm. Please do your best to do no harm. Because I would love to stay in this county, but if it doesn't have a properly funded and properly functioning health department, I don't think I can. I need to have a county that I feel comfortable raising my kids in. I'm about to enter into that journey. And for up until now, I always thought Ottawa County could be that place. I don't feel that way anymore. I hope I can tomorrow.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion for a short recess.
So moved.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Right, the motion passes. Recess for 15 minutes. Thank you. this meeting of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners back to order. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. All right, next up, we have consent resolutions. Could I get a motion to accept the consent resolutions, please?
So moved. Second.
All right. All in favor of accepting the consent resolutions, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries. Okay, we are now on agenda and action requests. And item 8A has a suggested motion to approve the fiscal year 2024 General Appropriations Act. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved. Support.
We have a motion and support. Is there a discussion? Commissioner Zylstra.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to cancel the proposed elimination of the ELC EPI lab grant for $1,246,340 and the MD-HHS workforce for $345,213.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Sure.
Commissioner Zylstra.
So my understanding is that these two grants are among the 5 that are being recommended for elimination. And that we've actually discussed why they're being eliminated. My understanding also is that these are the 2 grants that fund the 4th epidemiologist position. I think we had some discussion last time about both the 3rd epidemiologist position and the 4th one. So I want to make sure we get at least one of those funded. So if we cancel proposed elimination of these 2 grants, we will make sure we have funding for at least one position on top of the 2 that we know we have. So at least be at 3.
Any other discussion? Go to Administrator Gibbs for some input on this.
Thank you, Chair Moss. So I may address Commissioner Zylstra's comments. We do have funding for the 3rd epidemiologist position without these grants. So that position will be there, and it is not necessary to have these grants for that position.
Thank you, Administrator Gibbs. Any other discussion? Is there anyone else?
Sorry.
We'll go back to Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, just a quick question. How is that 3rd position being funded, proposed to being funded?
It is being funded by savings from administration and the Department of Public Health. And so those funds are available for that.
So what do you mean by savings?
Because of the turning down of COVID grants, we do have some savings and in administration within public health. And so we will be able to fund that epidemiologist position. So it will not be necessary to take the 2 grants that you've mentioned in order to have that 3rd position.
Okay, but if we were to take those 2 grants, we not only have funding for the epidemiologist, but funding for additional activities, correct?
Except that WHO declared the COVID emergency over on May 9th and the White House declared it over on May 11th. So COVID pandemic emergency is over. Therefore, I'm recommending that there's no need for those grants.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the proposed amendment by Commissioner Zylstra? Commissioner Bonema.
Just a follow-up question, Administrator. Did I hear you say that we're going to save money because we're canceling grants?
As you know, we are saying no to $2.2 million in the COVID grants. So that's obviously, yeah, we will have additional savings from that because the general fund matched some of those as well. So yes.
So it's the matching funds that you're counting as savings?
What I'm counting as savings is by saying no to the 2.2 million, we say no to any expenses associated with the headcounts for those as well.
All right, any other discussion, or we'll ask Commissioner Zylstra to repeat his motion?
Move to cancel the proposed elimination of the ELC Epi Lab grant for $1,246,340 and the MDHHS Workforce Development Grant for $345,213.
Any final discussion? It's all my voice. Oh, Commissioner Curran.
Thank you. I just want to remind, I think sometimes we look at grant money as free money. And I just want to remind everybody that grant money is not free money. That's our tax dollars just coming from the federal government instead of locally. So I just want to point that out and to make that known. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Curran. Commissioner Bergman.
Yeah, I want to ask Administrator Gibbs. It seems like unusual math. It seems like unusual math. You're taking something and you're saying because we're not getting the money, we're saving the money. I don't understand.
What I'm telling you,
Clarify that for me.
sure. What I'm saying is that we have the money for 3 epidemiologist positions without the need for taking those 2 grants.
Okay. And where does this money come from again?
It comes from money within the public health budget that is available for that position.
Right. Okay.
It is a fairly substantial public health budget. Commissioner Bonema, did you have addition?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a follow-up question on that, because my understanding in talking with the health department is that there's going to be expenditures that were covered by the grants that we're now going to have to pay out of our own pockets to cover, including state required stockpiles of vaccines, which whether we appreciate that or not, we're forced to carry a stockpile of some vaccine here. And before that was being funded by one of these grants. But without that, now we, the Ottawa County taxpayer, are going to have to pay for all of that. Is that correct?
That is not my understanding. However, you are correct in the sense that those grants did pay for a small amount of administration expenses within the public health department. So the top 13 positions within public health are administration positions. And so some of the money from those COVID grants, a small amount, did go to pay for part of those positions. But of course, the amount we're saving is far, far greater than that expense.
So programs like substance abuse, alcoholism programs.
That's not what I'm referring to right now.
Okay.
I'm referring to actual administrative positions within public health, which are the top 13 leadership positions within public health, which are considered administration within public health. Part of those positions were funded by money from the COVID grants. And so you are right in the sense that that amount will go away, but the amount we are saving from is much greater than that.
So the savings will now pay for these programs to continue, is what you're saying?
Right. So, well, I'm talking about the 3rd epidemiologist position, which is what we're referring to right now.
Well,
And that will
I
definitely
was
be
referring
there
to the
without those
programs that I was
grants.
referring to. So,
Which programs?
well, like substance abuse and alcoholism programs, things like that, that are still residues of the shutdown that have not gone away, that the county is currently treating. So these programs, will those be funded out of our own taxpayer dollars now versus out of the government's grant money that they give us?
The programs that we have now will be funded from the general fund contribution we have, as well as the non-COVID grants that are coming into the health department.
So the answer is yes.
The answer is what I just said.
Yes.
Commissioner Rhodey.
Yes, I just want to point out that substantial funding for issues like substance abuse, mental illness, and developmental disabilities. I'm bringing this up because right now we're talking about substance abuse. Comes through actually our community mental health budget. And we have a total expenditure anticipated for this next year there of $61 million, $992,828. So the work that's done in these areas is really carried by community mental health. And what the health department does in comparison to what the community mental health does in regards to those, they just really are not very comparable.
Thank you, Commissioner Rhodey. Any additional comments on this proposed motion to amend the budget? Right, I'll add my voice. I appreciated Commissioner Curran's comments. And that is part of the reason why I will be voting no on Commissioner Zylstra's motion. Anything else, or we'll go to a vote? All right, well, clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Terpstra,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
And the motion fails.
All right, we're back to discussion on the main motion. Is there anyone else who would like to engage with discussion, or we'll go to Commissioner Zylstra?
I don't want to take anyone's discussion. I do have a
Go for
series,
it.
I do have a series of amendments, so I don't want to take anyone's time away, but I just want to let you know that.
Go for it, yeah.
So move to fund communicable disease immunization, STD, with general fund funding instead of ELPHS block grant funding. I think it'd be a total of $541,166 for those three items.
Could you please repeat that
Sure.
for the chair?
Move to fund communicable disease, immunization, and STD with general fund funding instead of what is being proposed, ELPH block grant funding. For a total of $541,166.
And move to fund communicable disease immunization and STD. What was that next part?
Those three.
STD with general fund funding and could you
Instead of
repeat
the
rest?
ELPHS.
Instead of ELPHS. I think there was a little more to the motion.
Do you want me to give you the total again?
Yes, please.
$541,166. So it would be a general fund transfer of $541,166 to public health to replace ELPHS block grant funding.
All right, we have a motion
You have support.
and support. And that motion, I believe here again was to move to fund communicable disease immunization and STD with general fund funding instead of ELPHS for a total of $541,166.
Correct.
Okay, do we have a discussion on this?
Commissioner Moss, if I may speak, thank you. So the situation with these is we did reduce the general fund contribution. And the good news is that the state legislature in the budget increased county funding for the emergency local public health program. So we are going to get a larger grants amount this year. Therefore, we will be able to fund all three of these, that is STIs, communicable disease, and immunization at the same level as requested, while still having a smaller general fund contribution. So my recommendation is to not increase the general fund contribution and take the state grant.
Thank you. Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, so I just want to reiterate some of my objections for doing this from the work session. One, we don't have those funds in the bank yet. We don't know when we'll have those funds. And the reality is we don't know exactly how much that will be. So there's three kind of question marks for me about the ELPHS block grant funding. I think the more safe option is to say, let's put that general fund funding in place today and make sure that we know that it's funded. You know, if we do get the money in the future, we can always look at that at that time.
Is there any additional comments? Okay, I'll add my comment. I'm going to be voting no because we have over $1 million in contingency. So I'm not too worried about the funding not coming in. Believe that estimate and those numbers were provided directly from Fiscal. So I'm not too worried. Any other comments, or we'll go to a vote?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bonema.
I just think this is a reasonable thing to do. If we have excess funds, we can certainly return it back. But I think it's good to plan for plan B, should it not come in like we expect it. We hope it does come in, but I don't think that this is an unreasonable request at all.
Commissioner Rhodey.
I would just say that our plan B is our contingency fund, and so that's already in place.
Thank you. Any additional? Commissioner Cosby.
And I'll second what Commissioner Rhodey is just saying. Additionally, too, I mean, what's our invoice period billing cycle? I mean, do we get 90 days? Do we get 180 days? I mean, obviously the health department will be a good payer. So why are we worried about whether or not we have the grant monies in the bucket right now?
Are you asking me a question? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm curious. I mean, why would we lean on a general fund? You're saying it's because we don't have the grant monies currently and we wouldn't be able to pay for immunizations or, STD testing or communicable diseases without those grant funds? We have
I
a
didn't say that.
contingency
I just said we don't have the
and
money.
any costs associated we would be able to support.
Commissioner Zalstra.
So I don't want to have any, I just want to answer the question. Like I said, we don't have the money in the bank. Like Commissioner Bonema said, better safe than sorry. Put the general fund transfer of 541,166 there. If we need to back it out at the future point, I think that's, fiscally prudent measure, right? So.
No. But that's just my opinion. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir.
One moment. Was there someone else? Okay. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Bergman.
Yes. No. Yes.
Good. Recording a yes.
Okay, so.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Belknap.
No.
Ms. Cosby.
No.
Mrs. Curran.
No.
Mrs. Ebel.
No.
Mrs. Rhodey.
No.
Mrs. Medema.
No.
Mr. Bonema.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra.
No.
And Mr. Moss.
No.
And the motion fails.
Okay, Commissioner Zalstra.
I don't want to take the,
Oh, you're okay.
okay, good.
So
So,
thanks for letting me know there were multiple. It's
yeah,
all
thank
good.
you. So move to fund the third epidemiologist position that Administrator Gibbs talked about with an additional general fund transfer to make sure we have the money for that third epidemiologist. We had a long discussion at the work session.
One
about
moment,
whether we-
Mr. Zalstra. I want to get the motion down
Sorry,
and then I want to try to get a second and see if there's a
I
second.
apologize. My apologies.
And we'll go back to you after that.
Yeah,
So the
my
motion
apologies.
was to move to fund the third epidemiologist position.
With an additional general fund transfer instead of savings? Is that
Maybe
is that
ended it.
okay for, well, we'll leave it at a general fund transfer.
So motion is move to fund the third epidemiologist position with an additional general fund transfer.
Yes.
We have support.
Yes.
All right, we have motion and support. We'll go back to Commissioner Zalstra.
Sure. So my understanding now is that, and if I have this right, Administrator Gibbs, is that third position is on the books, will be funded by some savings mechanism?
Yes, it will be funded by funds within public health. So we know that position will be funded
But,
without the need to put in any general fund contribution.
okay, but my understanding is that we basically don't have any funds left in public health fund. We're basically with the 1.7, 1.8 million. There's nothing left in that bucket, right?
There are funds available for the
How
position.
much is left over?
I can get the exact number of that.
Okay.
But what I do know for sure is there are funds available for this.
So
position.
basically, we'd be funding the epidemiologist position out of our health fund balance.
Not necessarily out of the balance.
Okay, well, I'm just.
It would be within the 14.397 million in the budget.
That's right.
It's in the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's why I have a question mark, and I'd prefer that we just say we're gonna make that transfer. And I think it's what, 110,000? Do I have that correct?
Yeah.
So we just
ballpark.
make that transfer, we're covered, and then we all feel secure that we do have that third position funded. That's all I'm saying.
If I could try to add a little bit more information. The third position is currently funded. It doesn't need to be refunded,
Okay. I don't.
I believe. Unless that's incorrect. Commissioner Cosby.
And then on a monthly basis, don't we do budget adjustments in the event that we do fall short in our Board of
That
Commissioners
is an
meetings?
option.
That is an
we
option
needed to
as
do
well,
that.
if we needed to.
Well, I believe the budget adjustment process is ongoing
Correct.
and an option at every meeting and actually is frequently used in Ottawa County.
For example, in many years, the public health actual budget is millions of dollars higher than the adopted budget. And so that does happen frequently.
Right.
So,
Commissioner Bergman.
so Mr. Gibbs, we have your assurance and Mr. Moss that it is funded. It is going to be funded. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right.
I'd love to answer the question as well. I specifically asked and was told the answer was yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Commissioner Bonomo is next, and then we'll go to.
No worries.
You bet. Director Hambley was here earlier tonight and she gave public comment that it was not funded. So I think we need to make sure that she understands where that funding is coming from in her budget, rather than just saying it's in the budget. I don't see the line item for lots of other things. I see line items, but I don't see the line item for this. Could we point to that for her to give her that understanding to know that it's in the budget?
It is in the budget.
No, I,
Right. Commissioner Zylstra.
no, but I would like the rest of the answer, please. That would be good. Where in the budget? If you could point to where in the budget it is.
It's in there. And I'm not gonna, we have the funding for the third position,
Where?
Commissioner
budget.
Commissioner Rhodey.
I would just note that the budget documents that we have here do not go down to the granular level of showing where every position is within every line item. And so to ask for that at this point is just, it's not something that can be shown to you. But I personally have confidence in our fiscal services staff and our administrator and the work that they've done to ensure that that item is in the budget.
Thank you. Commissioner Zylstra.
Sure. I guess the confusion that I have, and I think, Commissioner Bonema shares that confusion, I believe, is that we were shown the proposed changes to 2024 budget. It says remove one epidemiologist. We talked about this in the work session. And my understanding was that that third epidemiologist was removed and the funds were taken to fund Miles of Smiles. Now, I may have that wrong. That was my understanding. And that's where the money for the third epidemiologist went. So if we're going to put that third epidemiologist back there, we need to fund that. And that's what this motion is all about.
My understanding is that we had 4 epidemiologist positions and one was funded by the COVID money.
Right.
And that is one that we're saying no to.
And that this line that says remove one FTE epidemiologist, you're saying that refers to that fourth one and not the third one?
That is my understanding.
Okay. I still think my motion makes sense because we have the assurance of funding that third one.
Commissioner Zylstra, I do agree with you in that we want to make sure that position is funded, but we don't need the general fund transfer in order to fund the position.
Great with that, Commissioner Rhodey.
I would just say that I think, at least I'll speak for myself. I agree with funding 3 epidemiologists, and I also believe we have funded 3 epidemiologists. So I don't personally see the need for this motion.
I would agree. Commissioner Zylstra, were you interested in withdrawing that motion or would you like to?
No,
go
I
to-
still think it's
go to
valid
a
because
vote?
then we have that insurance again. If we're all right here and we do have that money there, then we back it out, no problem. But we made that commitment today that we absolutely know we've got that funded because there still seems to be question marks whether it's funded and how it's funded. If we make that transfer and fund that position, we know leaving today that we will have funded it.
Administrator Gibbs, do we know leaving today that if this budget were to pass, we'd have funded it?
Yes.
Thank you. Anybody, Commissioner Miedema?
Just echoing a couple of the comments already here, Commissioner Rhodey, and the funding's been said it's going to be there. I think we all agree that we wanted 3. We've been told it's there. And we do have a contingency fund that for some reason, worst came to shove, it's still there. So I'll be voting no on this motion.
Thank you. Anybody else discussion on this motion, which was to Move to fund the third epidemiologist position with an additional general fund transfer. Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mrs. Miedema,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mr. Terpstra,
No.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, we'll go back to Commissioner Zylstra. He had,
I don't want to take it, but if you're giving me the floor, I appreciate that.
go
Thank you.
for it.
So this is going to the public health education line. Move to transfer 300,000 from the general fund to the public health education line item. Sorry,
Please repeat that. Move to transfer 300,000.
transfer 300,000 from the general fund to the public health education line item.
Move to transfer 300,000 from the general fund to
Public health education.
public health, education. Okay, period. Okay, there's a motion. Is there support?
Yes, I will support that.
All right, we have a motion and support. We're going to go back to Commissioner Zylstra to discuss the motion.
I mean, you're welcome, Roger. We've had a lot of public comment about health education. We've had a lot of emails about Ottawa food.
Yes.
I think this community really appreciates the work that Sarah has done. I know I appreciate it. Food insecurity is one of the most important things that we can address together with housing insecurity. I would hate for us to be in a position or force health to be in a position where they have to make even partial cuts, much less full cuts. In the work session, I asked for 397 for health education. That did not pass. So 300,000 to me seems to get us to a point where we have some assurances that we're not cutting drastically very important community facing projects.
All right, any additional discussion?
I think we,
Commissioner Bergman.
yes, I think we've heard from the public tonight on this matter often that this is a concern that they have. And I think they've addressed this to each and every one of us as commissioners about what this impact is on the community at large. And I think it's important for each one of us to take it to heart and to think carefully about how we vote on even this item itself tonight.
Any additional comment?
I'll say,
Commissioner Bonema.
yeah, just to echo that, we did hear your voice loud and clear. Food insecurity is real, especially in times when we're seeing inflation on the rise, and it's tough to feed a family right now. It's taken more of the paycheck than it ever has. Yet here's the deal with Ottawa Food. Ottawa Food performs a logistical service to so many frontline food pantries all over the county. Okay. And the frontline food pantries, many of them are ministries. So for those of you that profess Christ as your Lord and Savior, you want those people to feel ministered to. Do. So in Zealand, our frontline food pantry is his Harvest Stand Ministries. I spent time inside their facility. They do a fantastic job. They really do make every single donation go as far as it possibly can. So when we defund the mechanism that handles the behind the scenes transportation between the farms and the frontline food pantries, and also, which is a refrigerant truck that's giving the most healthy options to our public. I'm talking about fresh fruits and vegetables. I'm talking about milk, meats, cheeses, things other than starches. Those are things that keep our community healthy. Those are things that people need. And if you've never experienced real hunger or seen your child really hungry, maybe you don't appreciate what that is. That is an open door to people to come in, to sit down and be counseled by other people that truly care for them and want to spend their time caring for them. The government, the county in this case, is performing the behind the scenes role. They're not trying to be the answer to the public. They're trying to take care of those that are trying to, these ministries, these nonprofits across the county. So I think this is a really, I'm speaking passionately because I've seen the positive effects of what having food security does in a community. When people can't feed their children, they do desperate things. I've seen this all over the world. It's a rise in crime. It's cascading. I don't want to see that happen in Ottawa County. I really do ask you to reconsider this motion to make sure that this program continues in Ottawa County.
Thank you, Commissioner Rhodey.
I do want to hear input, Administrator Gibbs. I just also want to add one more piece of information to this conversation. And that, and I honestly wish that, you know, people were providing us with more information on this that we've been requesting repeatedly. But here is, but I think this is important to know too. So the county through the ARPA initiatives did give $468,675,000 to a healthy food access expansion just this year. And so I'm just going to read just a little bit of this because I think this also plays into, you know, some of the things happening in this area. So Ottawa Food and Community Action House will use these ARPA funds to expand the Lakeshore Food Rescue operation countywide. The LFR will purchase 2 new food rescue vehicles, supplies for storing and transporting food, buy and set up an app, and hire 3 additional staff members to assist in the expansion. Community Action House will be contracted to manage this expansion. ARPA funds will be used to cover 100% of expansion costs the first year, which I believe we're still in, and 50% the second year. After this initial push, Community Action House will sustain countywide food rescue activities via Community Action House's own fundraising efforts. By expanding the pilot, Ottawa Food estimates the program will provide recipients with wholesome food 6 days a week, adding up to 100,000 pounds of food each month. The estimated market value of 100,000 pounds at the current national average of $1.70 per pound is $170,000 or $2 million per year. So just want to add a little context to this conversation. And then Administrator Gibbs, can you provide us with more information as well?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Rhodey. There's been a lot of dramatic speeches about Ottawa Food being cut. Thankfully, it's not true. Never once have I directed or has anyone directed for Ottawa Food to be cut. It does not need to be with the numbers we have right now in the budget without any additional general fund contribution. Ottawa Food does not need to be cut. And that is my directive that I've given to the health department is to not cut it within the current budget that we've given them. It does not need to be cut.
Thank you, Administrator Gibbs. Commissioner Rhodey.
Administrator Gibbs, could you tell us how many times or approximately how many times you have communicated that desire to keep Ottawa Food within the budget and fully funded?
Many times I've communicated that desire. Department of Public Health is aware of that. They are certainly able to fund the program and keep it running. Just for background, for those who don't know, Ottawa Food is basically a collaboration of about 45 different groups in the area that do food-related programs. And what the county pays for is a coordinator to coordinate those 45 groups. That coordination is going to continue. And my desire is that the county's involvement will be unchanged in that with our coordinator who helps to coordinate those 45 groups. Let me also mention Community Action Agency, which actually has a pretty significant food program as well. And they are more hands-on in terms of bringing food directly to seniors. We got a seniors program and they have a program for those who are socioeconomically disadvantaged as well. That is upwards of $300,000 or more a year that they put into that program. That's very significant. So we have a very good commitment to food overall, both in Community Action Agency as well as public health. And my recommendation to public health is keep the Ottawa Food program unchanged. And it is not necessary to have a general fund contribution in order to do that.
If I could add one more thing, we'll come back to you, Commissioner Rhodey. Might be helpful to know that one of the contracts related to Community Action Agency with Feeding America came through the queue for signature this week. That was the contract that'll start October 1. Community Action Agency has a big hand and is very involved with Ottawa Food and the program. I've already signed that contract for the next cycle, starting October 1. So it would, at least, that part of it with Feeding America and the rest, I would hope would continue, in that it would not be cut by the health department.
Absolutely.
Right. Commissioner Brody.
I have two more questions. One, I'm wondering, how easy was it for you to get the data that you needed to address this issue? And then two, are you assured through your work with Fiscal Services that this area is covered?
Yes, I believe from my conversations with Fiscal Services, we will definitely be able to have the Ottawa Food Program unchanged. I think it's been a little difficult to get certain information related to the numbers and the head counts and the FTEs for this. But I believe that we'll be able to get that moving pretty quickly.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this one? I had a couple. Oh, Commissioner Miedema.
I just want to say we did hear a lot of people speak about food, and I think this entire board has the desire to have people well taken care of. I really appreciate Administrator Gibbs' information and Commissioner Rohde's information that you've provided tonight to help us make an informed decision. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything additional on this one? Commissioner Curran.
I also agree that this is a program that is very near and dear to my heart. I do understand that there is a huge increase in the cost of living right now. And food prices are exorbitantly high. So this is something that I do want to see funded, and I'm happy to know that it will be funded. And if there's something that the health department needs to make changes and they need to come back and we need to, iron out a few details as we move forward, absolutely something I'm willing to consider. This is a very important program. I think everyone who's come and spoken about how important this is, and I agree with them, and I want to absolutely make sure that we move forward with this.
Commissioner Rohde.
I just have one more thing I'd like to say, and I agree with you. And that is, I personally have been absolutely blown away by how difficult it has been to get data from an organization that daily, and sometimes it seemed like it was minute by minute, was giving us data over a period of several years and talking about how everything was data driven. And yet when data has been needed to make these budget decisions, the data is seemingly about impossible to get our hands on. And so I just want to put that on the record. And then also we as you said, Commissioner Curran, we all I shouldn't speak for all of you, but I believe that many of us are very committed to making sure the food security needs of our community are met. And if data is brought to us and there is evidence that something needs to be done in regards to this, that is what our contingency fund is for. And so those conversations can still happen. And we always welcome being brought data and facts so that we can make decisions.
Follow-up question to that. Would anyone like to go on the record as being against Ottawa Food?
I would like to ask a question.
We'll go to Commissioner Bauer next.
How is the data being requested? Is it through an email trail?
Email is a common way of asking for data.
I was referring to what Commissioner Rohde was speaking
okay.
to, that she's been requesting for a lot of
Sure.
information. So I'm trying to understand, how are you requesting that information?
Well, for one, Commissioner Bonema, I never said that I am personally requesting the information. In this process, information has been requested by those working through the process, which would be appropriately Administrator Gibbs and others. They've requested the information, it's not been provided.
So to follow up on that, there's been no communication on this topic between Administrator Gibbs and Director Hambley since June 19th.
Well, that's interesting. Thank you.
That is also not accurate. I've had communication with Health Department this week and last week on that as well.
Not on the budget.
Yes, I have. You were not part of those conversations, so you would not know.
So I'd like to add a little bit as well. One of my comments is that we don't make, as a board, making budgetary decisions. We don't make decisions based on news articles or generalizations or give me my whole budget, you know, that kind of thing. We look for data, not kind of narrative driven decision making. Some of the arguments I've heard just tonight sounded like, if you're a Christian, you'll vote for this. That's kind of what it sounded like Commissioner Bonema had said. He also used the phrase, when we defund the mechanism. Oh, I assume he means the board. The board is not defunding Ottawa Food. The board is providing a $14.397 million budget. So adding "we" in there is inaccurate.
There's a reduction.
He also added
percent in this.
Mr. Bonema,
this particular line item.
please wait your
48%,
turn,
Joe.
sir. He also said, if you've never experienced a hungry child, you can't understand the need. That's not true. You don't have to experience an awful situation that no one on this board would want anyone to be in to be able to understand a need. We know there is a need. And given the proper information and a $14 million budget, my hope is that need would continue to be met. I also heard when people can't feed their children and then a whole bunch of stuff and results are horrible. We don't want that to happen in Ottawa County. Well, that just sounds like fear mongering to me. I spoke to the founder of Ottawa Food today, very pleasant gentleman. Could speak very highly of the program. I would say on the record that, I would not like this. I would not like the health department to cut this program. I don't think anyone does. And I would venture to guess nobody even in the room would want this program cut by the health department.
Then let's reinstate the 48%
And so-
cut.
And so those are my thoughts, and we'll go to Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah, my point is, if nobody wants to cut this program, then let's not cut it.
Any additional? Yeah, Commissioner Curran.
So at our last meeting, Adeline spoke in reference to this, and Lisa Ugansky also was at the podium as well. And what happened is there were two separate departments that merged into one line item. And that's what we discovered, or, that's what we discussed at the last meeting. I proposed and was looking to find a number from Lisa Ugansky to ensure that the coordinator for that department was funded. And I never did receive the information or the, dollar amount. I got a bunch of, oh, well, we'd have to work with HR and this and that. So, I wanted to absolutely ensure that that specific coordinator for that program was kept, and asked and tried to kind of throw Lisa a softball to say, hey, what is the number so we can get this approved? And I wasn't given the information to do that. So, and if anyone would like to provide that information, that would be great. because I would absolutely put a motion on the floor to get that specific coordinator fully funded. But again, we have two different departments that have been merged into one line item. And the Ottawa County Food Department, or the food department, has not been cut. But again, I want to make sure that if we could get a number, I would love to provide that funding.
Thank you, Commissioner Curran. Is there any other discussion on this motion? Commissioner Rhodey, go ahead.
I just have another question for Administrator Gibbs. Have you requested that number? Have you followed up over the last week and tried to obtain a number in case more was needed to add to the budget?
Yes, I have. I've asked specifically for that number, same as Commissioner Curran has just mentioned, and did not receive that. The number is there, and so it's just a matter of getting it, and we will be able to fund the position. But we have not received that yet.
And yet we're still confident that via fiscal services that we believe the funds are there as it stands now.
Yes, I definitely believe so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zalstra.
Just wondering if we have anybody from health here who could maybe point us in the right direction.
Commissioner Zalstra, Health has had ample opportunity to provide this
I'm
information
just
up
trying to
until
offer them an
now.
opportunity here.
So that would be like a last second ambush type thing. So not real interested in that. Yeah. Thanks though. Yeah. Any other discussion? Other comments? Commissioner Rhodey.
Just one more comment. Again, if, you know, for some reason, something comes up and more needs are there for Ottawa Food, we would always welcome that request to come back through, and it can be a budget adjustment. We have a contingency fund for a reason. And, you know, we can take a look at that, but the communication has been not there for us to have an actual number. And we've done everything that we can do to ensure that we can continue Ottawa Food with the information that we have.
I'd say with the strong support of the board for the Ottawa Food Program, seems like it will definitely continue. I'd like the record to reflect, Mr. Clerk, that if there are any mandated programs that need to be reviewed for minimum maintenance of effort, the board will ensure that those needs are met.
Chairman, may I also ask for next year's budgeting purposes that we know from all of our departments, those mandated services, especially those that are shared, for instance, with MDHHS, so that we can budget responsibly.
I think that's an excellent idea.
I'd like to circle back on one more item.
Commissioner Bonema.
Administrator Gibbs said that he was requesting this number this week. Again, I feel like there's a communication breakdown. I keep seeing this over and over where people say they're requesting things, but it's not getting filled. Is this being requested by email?
Yes,
Okay, so there is an email request for the dollar amount to pay for either Ottawa Food or the coordinator, or what specifically did you request?
for what it takes to maintain that funding for Ottawa Food.
Okay, there's an email request for
Yes.
that.
And because you were not CC'd on that, you would not have that in your inbox.
Now, I
But
will,
I'm happy to share, whatever.
you're happy to share that with me,
Well, yeah, and I'm telling you right now that I did do that. So
but
the
you'll,
re- the reason
but you're
that-
saying right now that you're happy to share that email with me.
I'm saying the reason that you perhaps don't know that there was that communication is because you were not CC'd on that. as
Well,
part of the
that's fine,
conversation.
but you were just saying that you're happy to share that with me.
I'm sharing with you right now as well.
No, by email.
Commissioner
Forward an email
Bonema.
to me.
Commissioner Bonema, you're being very argumentative, sir. Could you please just calm the tone down a little bit?
I will calm down.
He has answered the question. You could
Administrator
ask
Gibbs.
it several ways,
With respect,
but he's going to continue to answer in a
would you
similar
be,
fashion.
Mr. Gibbs, with respect,
Sure.
would you forward that email to me?
Mr. Gibbs is done answering that question over and over, but thank you. Is there any other discussion or any other questions? Commissioner Ebel,
Call the question.
I hear a desire to go to a vote. Is there any final discussion? Anything at all? Commissioner Cosby.
Just want to point out that information is actually discoverable as well. So obviously he would not be telling you an untruth.
I'm just asking for him to send it
It's
to me.
on the record too.
Do I need to FOIA it? I'm just asking him to send it to
No,
me.
you don't.
Mr. Chairman, the.
That's what I
We'll go
don't
to
understand.
Commissioner
Call for the vote.
Yep.
Go to
We're going to call for the vote.
Yeah, okay, so right now, the motion is to move to transfer $300,000 from the general fund to the public health education. Everybody clear on the motion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Ebel,
I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion?
Move to transfer 300,000 from the general fund to public health education.
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
No.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
And motion fails.
Okay, we're going to go back to Commissioner Zylstra, who had a series of motions.
I have two more, but if anybody has any, in the meantime, I willingly cede the floor.
Let's continue,
Sounds
Mr.
good. Thank you. I
Commissioner
appreciate that,
Zylstra.
Mr. Chair. So I'll make the motion first. Move to transfer 200,000 from the general fund to the public health education fund and earmark specifically towards Ottawa food.
So Commissioner Zylstra, you just made a very similar motion for 300,000. So this duplicate motion is dilatory. It really is not needed and out of order. It's essentially the same motion.
I guess I would appeal to the chair because I don't believe it's similar. 200,000 is not the same as 300,000. And this motion is earmarked specifically toward Ottawa food.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Sure.
We have a second from Commissioner Bonema. Will Commissioner Zylstra please restate the motion?
Move to transfer 200,000 from the general fund to the public health education fund, earmarked specifically toward Ottawa food.
Move to transfer 200,000 from the general fund to health education.
Public health education, earmarked specifically to Ottawa food.
Mr. Chairman, because the motions are very similar and the discussion is probably going to be the same, I would call the question.
Let me just add one comment, sorry.
Okay.
Go to Commissioner Zylstra
Right.
and then we'll try to get to a vote.
Right, so the reason why I want to dedicate it specifically to earmark it specific for Ottawa food is that, again, at least I've talked a lot tonight about making sure we have the money for what we want to do, right? I've had various motions making sure we have the money with the idea that if we don't need it, we can always back out later. So this motion is specifically, around the idea that we're all in favor of Ottawa food. We all want to make sure there are funds available for Ottawa food. And this is, I think, the most practical way to make sure that that happens. I understand that there are moving parts in Ottawa food, so I think the 200,000 will cover it. And if we underspend, we can obviously return that to the general fund, return that to the public health fund, or return that to the contingency fund.
I move to call the question.
Second.
I have a motion to call the question with a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Discussion is ended and we will go to the clerk to vote on the motion to transfer 200,000 from the general fund to public health education earmarked to Ottawa food.
Mr. Terpstra,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes, to support the 20,000
Sir,
families
please
that are
answer.
supported by this program.
Please stop.
Ms. Cosby
Already funded, no.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
And the motion passes, or excuse me, the motion fails.
Motion fails. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to Commissioner Zalstro's next motion.
Okay, this is my last motion. Anybody else welcome to have the floor, but or move to remove funding for the Ottawa Way newsletter.
One moment,
The Ottawa-
please.
Do you wish me to speak?
We have a motion to remove funding for the Ottawa Way newsletter. I have not heard a second.
I'll make a second.
We have a second. Commissioner Zylstra, feel free to support your
Sure.
motion.
I mean, I've talked about this in past work sessions. I voted for the Ottawa Way when it first came in 2021. I voted this spring for it. I did talk about how we can make this newsletter representative of all of the board. I understand that all 300,000 residents are not going to agree on what we do. We've seen that time and time again. We've seen it tonight. But again, I do feel like the Ottawa newsletter should be representative of all of us, all 11 commissioners. I was not given that, the security that would happen. So like I said, moving to remove funding for the Ottawa newsletter.
We have any other discussion on this? We'll go to Commissioner Bergman and then back to Administrator Gibbs.
Right. When we originally set it up, the intent was to provide information for constituents, for citizens of Ottawa County. And that's what it was. And unfortunately, in the last edition, we had some comments that were by our administrator at that time that some people saw differently than that, but that was not the original intent of that. And this last issue that we saw certainly was much more than informational. It was an attempt to encourage people to believe that Ottawa Impact commissioners were doing the best they could for the county, which in my estimation was not true. And for many of my citizens and citizens of Northwest Ottawa County felt the same way that I did. So I feel if we do continue that newsletter, it needs to be about departments and not about the commissioners. Thank you.
I'll go back to Administrator Gibbs.
Thank you,
And
Chair
then to
Moss.
Commissioner Miedema.
The Ottawa Way newsletter, it was never approved by all the commissioners. It was developed by the county administration and communications, and the chair and vice chair, I believe, previously reviewed it prior to going out. So it was never the case that it was, had to be voted on or approved by all of the commissioners. The Ottawa newsletter did provide information, and it did provide updates on departments, and it had nothing to do with Ottawa Impact. It shared factual information about what the board has voted on and resolutions that the board has voted on, regardless, of where one is on the board. So it did contain factual information, updates on the county. So my humble recommendation would be to keep it in there.
Thank you, Administrator Gibbs. Commissioner Miedema, did you have more to add?
I just remember receiving the newsletter prior to being a commissioner, and I received it being a commissioner. And I think depending on where everyone is with their own thoughts, there's always going to be things that you appreciate that come your way, and there might be things that you maybe don't agree with. I remember receiving it when I wasn't a commissioner, and it highlighted during an election season for constituents to reach out to thank their Board of Commissioners specifically. And that really bothered me during that time because I felt like it actually did show more emphasis on the Board of Commissioners at the time. And but I still appreciated other things that were in the newsletter, even though that kind of jarred me funny. I still appreciated seeing all the different things that the county provides. And so I think there are going to be some things sometimes because we have different votes on different things, and that might rub people a little bit wrong. But the fact of the matter is we made the decisions as a whole, as a board. But there were so many great things that I felt, both newsletters, both from the old board and from this one. And of course, I had opinions on both.
Thank you, Commissioner Miedema. Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with you, Allison, Commissioner Miedema. I think that I felt the same way when I read the Ottawa Way when we were running for office. I guess my request is moving forward that we don't continue that trend, right? That we are more sensitive to the information that we put in the Ottawa Way and that it doesn't appear to be politically motivated, activist driven, narrative driven. That's just factual information that is encouraging to the people of Ottawa County that they can see how their government is working.
Anyone else? Just Commissioner Belknap. Go ahead, Commissioner Belknap. We'll go to Commissioner Ebel next.
Just a comment that I'm in favor of keeping the newsletter. People of all ages can learn from it. There's information, I think, obviously we're not going to agree everything that it's presented. In this climate, it seems like, there's ways that we can put out the great things the county are doing without getting divisive.
Commissioner Ebel.
Well, I'm just going to echo what he just said, because that's what I was going to say, because I heard from constituents, they were very happy to know what is going on and the decisions that the board are making. And it's nice to be able to have those, whether people agree with them or not, but that is factual. And that's exactly what happened. And all it's doing is reporting the decisions that were made by the commissioners. And yeah, in this climate, there's going to be people that agree and people that don't agree. So that's what America's all about. Everybody has their own opinion.
That's right. Thank you, Commissioner Ebel. Commissioner Rhodey.
Yeah, just two things. One is that, I've personally had mixed feelings about the newsletter, much like Commissioner Miedema. One thing that really stood out to me, though, about its importance is when our communications director talked to us about how in serving our people, that written word, that newsletter to our people, it's an important piece of communication to them. And so because it's something that the people value, I think it's something that we should support because it is one of their preferred methods of communication from the county. And so for that reason, like I said before, I have had mixed feelings about it too, but for that reason, I do support it because it's what the people are asking for. And then I do appreciate that sometimes it's hard, if we don't completely agree with everything that the people in charge of a certain branch of government are doing or how they communicate. I appreciate that can be a challenge. And I just, again, point us back to Lansing. There are people in charge in Lansing. There are people who are spending huge amounts of money on communicating about our state, even advertising our state to other states in ways that we perhaps don't all agree with, and we wouldn't maybe choose the same messaging. And so that's what happens in government when somebody, is in charge. They will work on the messaging and the communications, and we're never going to all agree with it. So I guess those of you who aren't loving Ottawa County Communications, perhaps you'll be loving Lansing's communications.
Good point. I guess if I could just add my voice, I would say perhaps the next Ottawa Way might highlight something with veterans. That'd be exciting. Also maybe have like a giant American flag on the front. That'd be kind of cool. Any additional comments? Okay, the motion is to remove funding for the Ottawa Way newsletter. Would anyone like to hear that again? Okay. Let's go to the clerk.
Yes, sir. Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
And motion fails.
Okay, moving on to the next motion from Commissioner Zylstra.
Appreciate your patience. I appreciate the ability to please offer amendments to the main motion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, please continue.
Thank you.
Oh, are you done?
That means I'm done. I
Okay,
that-
okay, thank you, thank you,
That completes that segment.
thank you, thank you. Okay, anything additional, any other discussion? We are back to the main motion, which is, one moment,
The budget.
I'm looking for the page here. Thank you. To approve the fiscal year 2024 General Appropriations Act is the current motion. Commissioner Bergman.
Sure. So sometimes we need a little humor. The other day I was just listening to one of my favorite groups. They're the Beatles. And I'm a little older than most of you guys, so I remember the Beatles from way back when. One of the songs they were singing was The Magical Mystery Tour. And it got me to thinking. Tonight, we are being asked to vote on a budget that's been through a flawed process from the beginning. Perhaps we could say that we've been on a magical mystery tour. Some of us on this commission, as well as most of the public, have witnessed different numbers being pulled out of a hat as if by magic. The mystery was that none of us knew where the numbers were going to be pulled from next. The tour was the past 3 months of changes on a weekly as well as sometimes a daily basis. Now, I'm going to go back a few years to set the record straight so that perhaps the public will be less confused. In 2009, the health department took deep cuts because of a recession. The health department budget did not get back to 2009 levels of county general fund until 2019. It took 10 years. Because the health department provides services there are two main expenses. 70 to 80% are people, and then supplies, basically the rest. Both personnel and supply costs have increased in all sectors. Our population has grown and the needs of our community have increased. There are more food establishments, more houses being built, more children going to school, more people having a hard time making ends meet, more people with food insecurity, higher housing costs, more people to spread communicable diseases, more babies, more of everything. It's not practical to think costs would stay the same or go down. In spite of challenges, county officials and department heads always worked together to ensure that all the services were maintained, brought in additional grant funding, implemented lean processes and customer service initiatives, and served our community with high quality, efficient, and effective services. The county only hired highly qualified and trained professionals This was government that people trusted and could count on. Now, people can count on fewer services, less transparency, more liability, extremism, lack of cooperation, and decisions being made on a singular worldview that does not represent most members of our community. Now, we transition to where we have been and where we are today over this 3-month period. Getting back to Gretchen Crosby asking for a 5% reduction across the board. And then the next thing, Joe Moss asked for a 60% reduction in health department only. And not to be outdone, Sylvia Rhodey asked for us to create a new Veterans Affairs office. Getting back to the flawed process, where is the professional credibility in public health matters that gives any of these commissioners, let alone our administrator, the right to make decisions that impact so many in our community? Targeting the health department as the only department to attack with cuts in their budget speaks of vindictive governance, not the kind of budget process that Ottawa County has been blessed with for many years. Failure to take the professionals, Director Hambley and staff advice, or to seek qualified outside advice, or to heed the pleas of scores of Ottawa County doctors and dentists to restore the budget because the department's services are essential to the delivery of quality health care to county residents, equals a dereliction of duty. Just today, we saw another hat, or was it yesterday that we saw another numbering being pulled out of a hat? The last thing I want to say is that from the beginning, the administrator, who is, by the way, responsible to all commissioners, has not included some of us in the process of the magical mystery tour. We, along with the public, have been only spectators.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? Or I'll be happy to add some.
Just a quick question. It is actually a question. It's not a motion, I promise you.
Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, just a question of legal. Just if you can kind of explain, what is it? The second and third be it further resolved, except for general fund contributions and capital project fund. And I'm sorry, I'm reading from the resolution, the budget resolution. Apologies. Are you with the appropriation resolution?
What's the page number?
I don't have page numbers. I think it's only a 3-page document.
So if we're going to go to like individual lines in a budget resolution, I have some additional thoughts while legal is
Yeah, sounds great.
looking into
Go for it.
that.
Sorry about that.
So one thing I'd like to say is, or just ask, maybe it's rhetorical. Has anybody pulled any numbers out of a hat?
Absolutely not.
No, I'd say that's kind of silly.
See-
Someone mentioned, Commissioner Bergman mentioned county general fund levels from 2009 to 2019, but failed to look at total budget amount. General fund is important, yes, but when you can reduce general fund allocation by using state grants or other monies, then you don't have to use the general fund. And so in that way, I guess I'd thank all the departments, including, fiscal and public health, and how they were able to reduce dependence on general fund in some ways. And just note for the community that this particular public health budget is the second highest only to last year in the last 15 years. So not some drastic cut or vindictive, war path or something like that, as has been kind of silly to say in the same sentence as accusations like less transparent or extreme. Just want to highlight some of that. I think it's kind of silly. And is there anyone else who would like to add? Commissioner Cosby.
Statement that I did prepare. So Budgeting is at its heart how a community decides its priorities, allocates its resources, and builds its future. As an entity responsible for safeguarding our county's financial health, the Board of Commissioners recognizes the critical importance of making these decisions with the utmost responsibility, transparency, and foresight. However, we've noticed a disconnect of many of our fellow citizens that may not fully understand how the budgeting process works and why certain decisions are made. It's not just an issue of clarity, it's a question of community involvement and equitable allocation of resources. One principle I'd like to introduce is that of zero-based budgeting. Traditional budgeting methods often start by looking at last year's budget, making incremental adjustments. While this approach may be expedient, it doesn't always reflect the current needs, possibilities, or challenges that our community faces. We've experienced dramatic shifts in the past few years, including the impacts of COVID-19, which have rendered some of our previous assumptions obsolete. In zero-based budgeting, that means that every function in our budget starts from a zero base, and every expenditure must be justified anew. This approach allows for us to critically examine what services are truly needed, how effective they are, and whether they align with our current priorities. We recognize that the effective budgeting is not merely a financial exercise, it's a social one that requires comprehensive data and community input. I've requested information on services, services and then services rendered, not just to scrutinize expenses, but to gain a clear understanding of the community's actual needs. This data is crucial as it helps us see where we need to focus our resources, especially in the area that may have been overlooked or underestimated in the past. So we've been challenging the status quo together. It's a budget that is trying to serve its purpose effectively, but it's also kind of a living, breathing document that adapts to our changing circumstances. Each of you have been engaged in this process with us. Public forums, open dialogue sessions that we've organized to discuss our budgets. And it does feel like it's a little clumsy at times, but we appreciate your input. Your perspectives are invaluable in ensuring what we do is responsible with the dollars that we're spending here in the county. We don't want to rely on outdated practices or assumptions. So by embarking on this journey of financial introspection and public engagement, we've aimed to create a budget that reflects the collective will of our community, a budget that accounts for the evolving dynamics and challenges we face today. And that sets the stage for equitable future for all of us. I want to thank you for your attention, partnership, and commitment to making our county a better place to live, work, and thrive.
Thank you, Commissioner Cosby. Any other comments?
You could leave me to last. I just want to make sure I get that legal question cleared up.
Anything else, Commissioner Bonema?
Yeah, I would like to make a request from our chair that when thoughtful comments are made, that you don't characterize them as silly. I think if we look at Robert's rules, the job of the chair is to promote discussion. Characterizing in a pejorative way doesn't do that. So I'd ask you to do better on that.
Sir, the
To
current
continue.
motion on the table is to approve the fiscal year 2024 General
Chair.
Appropriations Act. You are not recognized to criticize the chair. If
I will
you would
be-
like to comment on the motion, I would
I
be
will
very
comment now.
happy to hear it. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, I will be voting no on this budget. While I agree with the direction of returning our health department funding to pre-COVID levels, I think these cuts venture far beyond that goal. I'm saddened that this budget reeks of revenge politics instead of good governance. The people elected us to listen. They have clearly spoken that these cuts are too deep, and without performing a proper impact study, it's also reckless and irresponsible. Dozens of studies have shown that reductions to healthcare and food security lead to higher crime and increased disease rates. We've already discovered multiple unintended consequences that you and Administrator Gibbs have had to fix in the last 10 days. How many more problems are out there that we don't even know about because we didn't allow time to perform proper planning and discussion? Speaking of discussion, I believe that budgets should be built with the help of the department director. The public should know that the last time Administrator Gibbs sat down with Adeline Hambley about the budget was on June 19th. I would encourage any evidence that shows contrary to that. It's now late September, and this has been the main topic of discussion. What's even in this for the taxpayer? Less services without less taxes? Why would anyone think that's a good idea? We have a tax surplus. Why are we not finding ways to lower taxes? Good government requires good process. I'll continue to advocate for ordering an impact study on proposed cuts and then using that information to make informed decisions that exemplify proper planning, incremental change, and sound fiscal responsibility for the upcoming 24-25 budget cycle. I really hope that you will fund Ottawa Food the way that it's been funded before. That's what I would like to finish with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments or discussion? Commissioner Curran.
Thank you. Going into this budget process, it's been interesting, to say the least. I would have liked to have seen more collaboration between our health department and our board. I think that would have been a very positive thing. I find it unfortunate on both sides that did not happen. What I will say is when we went into this process and we initially went for a proposed $2.5 million budget, I did have concerns that was going to be too deep. When I heard Commissioner Rohde say that she was okay with potentially doing 3 million, that left me with the impression that there was room for negotiation. And that is exactly what happened. There was room for negotiation. We did end up going from a 2.5 million general fund to a 4.8 million general fund. I feel like pulling back some of the health department funding is appropriate. I, in no way, shape, or form would ever want to close the health department or to pull enough funding away where they would have to close. That's not my heart. I understand that is a very important part of our community to ensure safety, health, and well-being. So with that, I will be voting yes on this budget. I believe that there was a lot put into it. And the epidemiologists, there will be 3, and making sure that we're keeping that Ottawa food funding is also very important, and we'll support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Curran. Commissioner Belknap, did you have something?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, just wanted to echo some of Rebecca's comments. And I don't believe that all of the seats that have changed here on this board are a result of happiness with the status quo. So I guess to that end, I know that much of the conversation about this budget is health department related. And I think that that's obviously why there's a drastic change in the makeup of this board. I would like to just say thank you to the staff that put it together, and all the work that's gone into that from all the other departments beyond just the health department. But and I'm in favor of passing this budget.
Thank you, Commissioner Belknap. I guess I'd like to add briefly, and I have a question for Administrator Gibbs. I've heard from, kind of Commissioners Zylstra, Bonema, Bergman, some questions about time, proper planning, things like that. But I believe we added additional work sessions to this budget process that were never done. So I'm just wondering, Administrator Gibbs, if you could speak to the additional meetings, additional time for dialogue, things like that.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Moss. So we've done several things that are kind of different than normal that I think really increase transparency in the budget process. One is what's actually in the packet. So typically you just see what's called a fund in the packet. A fund is a financial categorization of what a department does. It doesn't necessarily mean a lot to the public. It does mean a lot in the financial world. So I said, let's actually put the departments and the programs first, because that's how regular people think and that's how the board is thinking as well. So we went ahead and made that change. We also put the actual changes right in the front of the budget packet so people can see what is changing year over year. That is something that has not been there before. We also have intergovernmental grants. So that's not just grants, actually, it's any money that comes from the state or the federal level. We have that in the budget packet. And we also have accounts payable. So that's everyone that the county has paid money to. That is now in the budget packet. So we added a lot of new things into the packet for both all the commissioners as well as the public to see, so they can understand where the county money is going, what the proposed budget looks like, and what the changes are between the current year and the proposed next year budget. So those are some new things we did there. As far as process, we also did add 2 additional sessions that were open to the public for deliberation of both the budget as well as a capital improvement plan. It used to be the case that the capital improvement plan was actually voted on at the very same meeting it was presented at. But this time we separated it out so that both the commissioners and the public would have a week to review that and to ask any questions and make any changes if needed. And again, as I just said, we did have 2 sessions to deliberate the budget as well, which typically is not done. So I believe that this has been an extremely transparent budget process, much more so than normal, more chances for both the commissioners as well as the public to engage the process. We have the different versions of the budget posted on the website so people can see the changes that have happened. Someone mentioned, and several commenters have mentioned, that they didn't like the fact that things were in flux. Well, it's supposed to be in flux. That's why it's a budget process. We're not finalized until it's finalized. So I think it's actually a healthy thing that there's dialogue, there's back and forth, there's changes being made. We're responding to what we're hearing from the community and what we're hearing from constituents and everything. So I think that's a normal and healthy thing, that there are changes to the budget throughout the process. So I must say that I'm a little bit proud of what we've done here as far as the increased transparency and chances for the commissioners and the public to engage in the process this year.
Thank you, Administrator Gibbs. I know I've greatly appreciated the additional work that staff have done. I know they have done a lot of extra work, as we have, what you just explained has required additional work, especially even showing all of the information in the budget packets, which was not done prior to this year. And I hope could become a model for future years to make sure all that information is open and transparent and available to the board throughout the entire process. Our process has been a month and a half, 2 months, somewhere in there. So just so I can make sure this information you're talking about, the additional information, apologies, that has been included, that was available publicly for all the board members, because it seems like some of them possibly didn't see it or
Oh,
something.
yes, absolutely. All the budgets that are posted online have everything I just mentioned. In anticipation of the public budget meetings that we've had, proposed budgets were posted for those also. So not only the commissioners, but the public could also see those as well. And I do want to echo your comments and thank our fiscal services department, especially, who have done really, really excellent work in helping us to get everything together, especially with the changes I just mentioned. It did take work for them to make those changes. So they've been excellent at that. And I also want to thank the finance department and public health as well. The finance department there has been really good at working with our fiscal services and communicating back and forth and getting information to include. So I do want to thank our staff and all the hard work they've done in getting us the numbers.
Thank you. Commissioner Miedema.
I just want to say thank you to constituents who asked good questions. So there were emails that I personally appreciated when they were trying to seek for understanding, like, am I getting this correct? sometimes emails would come that it felt more that it was coming from the media. And sometimes the media has some things correct, and sometimes you need to dig deeper to the actual meetings and looking more deeply into the budget process that we were in. And I guess I just want to say thank you to the emails that we were able to have back and forth conversation and to be able to have some clarity and to look at it together, like, okay, you're looking at this page. What is your question on this one? And I appreciated those questions and those conversations so that we could have that dialogue.
Anybody else? Thank you, Commissioner Niedermeyer.
I would
We'll
love
go
to participate
Commissioner
in that.
Eagle.
You know,
We'll go to Commissioner Eagle
multiple
next.
emails never responded to.
Do we need to take a recess, Mr. Bonema?
No, I think what
Okay,
Allison was
thank
saying was
you.
very,
We're gonna go to Commissioner
it'd be
Eagle
great if
next.
all of us were included.
Let's take a short recess and we'll come back in 5 minutes. If there's no objection, we'll go to recess.
I think we're good, Mr. Chair.
Let's get a motion
Take a motion to take a recess.
Second.
or all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I.
That motion passes. Take a 5-minute recess. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Oh. In one moment. I don't. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we currently have a motion to approve the fiscal year 2024 General Appropriations Act. Lots of discussion. I think we'll go to Commissioner Terpstra and then anyone else for other comments.
Yeah, I would like to make a comment on the Veteran Affairs addition that we're doing. In years previous, I believe it was embarrassingly lowly funded. The fact that we just have 4 part-time people, they're very dedicated. Appreciate their service to the Veteran Affairs Department. But if you go there on Monday, get your documentation, fill it out, go back there Tuesday, you're getting a different person. I believe we should have at least one person there 5 days a week helping these vets out. They gave everything for our country. I believe this is a small give back to make sure that they get the information and services that they need in Ottawa County.
Thank you, Commissioner Terpstra. I couldn't agree more. Any other comments? Anything else on Veterans Affairs? Anything else on the General Appropriations Act? Commissioner Curran.
you. So I just wanted to just ask the question one more time to get clarity and make sure that this is 100% accurate. I've stated before that I would not vote for a budget that did not meet, especially for our health department, that did not meet the minimum requirements for state law. So I just wanted to kick that over to legal counsel and Administrator Gibbs and make absolutely sure that every single line item that is required by state law and state statute is covered in this budget before I move forward.
Well, on a legal basis, I think everything has been covered. I was not a party of all of the various discussions, but I can say everything is legally sound.
Okay.
And my answer is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Gibbs. Anything else, Commissioner Curran?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Anybody else? Last chance for comments on the General Appropriations Act for FY24. Commissioner Rhodey.
I would just like to put one more thing on the record because I think there has been, some confusion and miscommunication about this. So it's probably just good to share this. So just want to review the health department budget over the last 5 years and then the proposed amount for this year. So in fiscal year 2019, it was 11,377,553. Fiscal year 2020, it was 12,595,671. Fiscal year 2021, it was 12,885.
12 million.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 12,885,857. Fiscal year 2022, it was 14,196,134. And fiscal year 2023, it was 15,258,827. And our proposed budget for the health department that we are voting on tonight is $14,397,715. And so that is higher than fiscal year 22. There's only 1 year that it's not higher than, and that is the current year of fiscal year 2023. So it's nearly $3 million more than it was pre-COVID in 2019. And it's the second highest budget ever proposed for the health department. It's a 27% increase from 2019. and it is merely a 5.6% reduction from 2023's approved budget. So this has been a process. And as we move through this process, we have identified additional changes that needed to happen, which happens when you're in a budget process. And so I feel confident that we have arrived at a good number. It's very consistent with our prior years. It's consistent with our county's growth and inflation.
Thank you, Commissioner Rhodey. Any last comments? Commissioner Curran.
Thank you. So I feel very comfortable with the health department budget and the overall budget. The numbers are not anything that I find concerning, but I did just want to double check on that one other statement that I had. I know that our corporate counsel was not involved in the process and those individual conversations. Administrator Gibbs, I know that based on conversations I've heard from both sides, that Adeline Hambley was not as involved in the process. So how do I know that those state mandated items are covered in this budget for the health department? How do I know that?
The interim health officer was involved in the process and did provide information on the state requirements. So we have that information. Many of the state mandates are not exact. So it's not always clear on what the level is. I think that what we have in there now meets the state mandates. So I'm confident in that. So yes, we are meeting those.
I think one other thing to mention is there's an over $1 million contingency. So this budget that we will vote on, if it passes, it will be adjusted, possibly in the next 30 days, the next 60 days, it'll be adjusted frequently throughout the next year. Budget adjustments are normal and expected, so it should be no issue there. But Commissioner Rhodey.
Yes, Administrator Gibbs, in working through this process, trying to provide more of an answer for Commissioner Curran. When you were looking at trying to ensure that we're meeting those minimum requirements, was Fiscal Services working with you? Was Health Department fiscal staff working with you? Did you have additional input from others as you worked through that?
I did receive some information from the health department. It's really not, for example, Commissioner Curran, you mentioned that you had asked for information on the Ottawa food program, which you did not receive. That is a pretty consistent pattern as far as trying to get that kind of information. Here's one example. Often a state requirement will be a number of people that the program is required to see a year in terms of members of the public to see for, say, dental or an ear appointment. So the question is, how many employees does it take to see that many people? It doesn't specify that at all. So there's some flexibility there. And so that's what I mean when I say there's a little bit of a gray zone in some of these requirements. And does the county have to do it, or can we outsource it? There's flexibility there in many of these requirements too. So it's not an exact science at all. And often when you ask them, what is the exact requirement? That's why you don't get an exact answer, because sometimes there's not an exact answer. So I believe within that what we're working with, we are meeting those requirements though.
Okay.
Any other additional questions or thoughts? Commissioner Ebel.
I know through this whole process that we've been working on this budget, every time that we met and we had work sessions or we had public hearings, and all the paperwork that was placed on the website as far as for the agenda and the packets, every one of them was named budget proposal fiscal year 2024. So because it was a proposal, that meant that numbers will change. So what we saw was that the numbers were constantly changing, and that's one of the things that we heard from from the public on public comments that, you know, I was looking at it and then it changed. And then I looked at it and then it changed. Then I was looking at it again, then it changed this morning. Because that's what it's supposed to do. Because given on different things that are presented and discussions that are made, then adjustments are made. I know that it's really hard to understand that, but that is what a budget proposal is. And trying to continue working on it is what a budget proposal is until we finally reach the point where we need to vote. So just to educate the public and let you know that all of that is expected. And we wanted you to be aware of it. And we wanted you to see where we were at and how things were changing. And so it wasn't anything negative. It wasn't anything positive. It was work in progress.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebel. Well said. Anything else? Okay, so we have a motion to approve the fiscal year 2024 General Appropriations Act. Yeah, we have a second. Could we please go to the clerk?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Abstain.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on, we are at 8B, early voting agreement. And we have a motion to approve an agreement for early voting administrative services with proposed amendments and add 1.0 FTE full-time benefited election logistics specialist and 1 temporary election logistics assistant position.
So moved.
Second.
Right, we have a motion and support. Commissioner Belknap, you want me to go back to you or should?
Just stating that the amount of work that's gone in this with the clerks, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for your work, Justin, on this, and had an opportunity to meet with the Robinson Township clerk, and she's very supportive of this. So, yeah, I'm in favor.
Clerk Roebuck, would you like to add anything to the discussion?
Yeah, I had like a 45-minute presentation prepared.
Excellent.
No, I would just say super quick. I mean, going through this amendment document, I just want to say I feel really, really great about where we are at, and I'm really appreciative. We've had a lot of conversation, over the past couple of weeks. A lot of talks with our local clerks, with board leadership. Chair Moss, I appreciate you taking a lot of time, out of your schedule to meet and go through a lot of these things. And I honestly feel very comfortable with where we've landed on it. First couple of sections of the agreement essentially are a clarification that the Bureau of Elections asked us to add in, and sort of a correction to the original agreement that basically governs in the statute how a local clerk can choose to offer early voting. And essentially the statute, it's a determination of the Bureau of Elections. The statute allows, once you're in a county agreement, that's the agreement. And so in a smaller local municipal election, clerks can opt to do early voting separately on their own, but not in the county agreement. And so those 2 points were the clarification. Item number 3, which is really the bulk of what we are changing here in terms of what the county is proposing and what we're offering. And once again, I would just say, I feel very, very comfortable with this because, this is increasing public confidence in a process that is really important, and I think we are in an environment where it is more important than ever that people have a system that they can trust. The things that are on here are literally, things that we are offering as the county to provide within the agreement, which is security camera on the secured facilities where election materials are stored. That's really great. the line management tool, which will essentially help customers to be able to navigate and know if there's a line at an early voting center. And then finally, the watermarking of ballots, which I know we've talked about quite a bit, but I feel very confident that this is a good additional tool that is essentially one of the many ways that we can account for ballots. And it's something that's very voter identifiable. The other couple of items on here were, again, corrections or minor changes to sort of boilerplate language that local attorneys had asked for during this whole process. So we added those. The final one is, again, kind of a boilerplate to the agreement, but just reaffirms that we are committed to following all of the laws and the Constitution of the state of Michigan when it comes to this. And, we understand, I want to say I'm so thankful and so proud of our local clerks. I mean, this really represents a huge collaboration and a huge effort that I think our whole community can get behind. It's pretty incredible that we've had, to my knowledge, complete unanimous support of all 23 local jurisdiction boards voting to approve this. And I think that says something about who we are as a community and about how important this is. So, I think Mike Dahlman, who is an excellent clerk and a great man, said it really well. The plan allows us to meet these mandated requirements. These are all mandates in a cost-effective, secure, and consistent way for our voters. And we're very appreciative of the support because the county is providing a significant amount of support here. And I am grateful for that. And I know that our local clerks are also.
Thank you. If I could add one thing to that, I'd say, I think this does really highlight the collaboration and the items that are in the agreement and in the addendum are really from multiple people, which is pretty cool. And I'm really glad that some of these local councils, took it very seriously to look through this and find a couple, tweaks or whatever, just to clarify things for their township. And so it benefits, that collaboration then benefits everybody involved. So thanks for that. Commissioner Zalstra.
Yeah, I know, so I echo a lot of what has been said. We all appreciate your work, Justin, as well as other clerks. I think there's still some out there, so I appreciate it. I think my clerk is still there, so. And as well as the chair's work, getting this all together. I still did want to pick up a conversation from last time. I don't know much about watermark ballots, right? And I think I'm sincere about my lack of ignorance there, or my ignorance there, lack of knowledge. I would like to move to amend the amendment by removing section 3.c and placing in the next planning and policy. Everything else I think is great. I just would like some discussion about cost. When can we do this by? What is it going to mean for Ottawa County residents that only the early voting
Commissioner
centers?
Zalstra, is there a motion there?
Yes, sorry.
Could you please repeat that?
Move to amend the amendment for agreement for early voting administrative services by removing section 3.c and placing it on the next planning and policy agenda.
Is there support? Seeing none, that motion dies. Is there anything else you'd just like to?
No,
add to the
I
discussion?
guess I
Or
obviously
question?
made the motion because I'm concerned that, cost and availability, hopefully the cost is, not that high and hopefully availability is plenty us
Mhm.
and we solve all our issues and there are no problems with this. So thank you.
Any other question? Commissioner Miedema?
Just a couple comments. I am super thankful for all the collaboration, as was mentioned. Justin, Joe, all the clerks throughout the county that put in a ton of hours since last year already. I know there was some hesitancy at the last time about the pause. I'm very thankful for the pause. I think in general, I think most people are thankful for the pause. And I thank you for the work that was done on this amendment. So I will be voting yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Terpstra?
Yeah, I think the watermarked ballots is a great move forward. And that it gives all the Ottawa County residents that security feeling that they know that their ballot is one that was printed by the county. Another note is I talked to Georgetown clerk Ryan Kidd Friday, and he was very impressed with this. It's a huge cost savings to Georgetown Township. And he believes that it helps with the security as well. So
In some ways, we're doing the easy part here and it's going to have to be implemented next.
yes.
So Commissioner Ebel, did you have additional?
Yes, I just want to echo what everybody else has already said. I want to thank Justin Robot and also all the local clerks. And I want to thank them for being patient while we did the work and all the collaboration. And just want them to know that I'm going to vote yes.
Any additional comments, Commissioner Rhodey?
Yes, I just would echo you guys too. I'm just very thankful for the collaboration, and I know that it probably initially caused a little frustration with the pause, but I'm really pleased with the end result and some additional things that we were able to put in place, and that additional things that were needed from multiple sides were able to be implemented. So thank you.
If I could just tack on to that. I mean, there are a couple additional things that we're voting on tonight. And I would not have expected the local clerks to be demanding that the county provide a line management tool or watermark ballots. So in this process, I'm glad there was additional discussion. We shouldn't assume that, you know, what is just brought to us is always like completely done, right? That's the process of a board, is deliberation and discussion. So thank you, board members. Really appreciate that. And administrator and council, appreciate your input too. Anything else? Okay, let's go to a vote.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Thank you. Moving past committee reports, we're on our second opportunity for public comment. If you would like to speak, if you could come forward, state your name and jurisdiction, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the chair.
My name is Kristen Megan Kelly from Jamestown Township. I just wanted to read something too, because those who've listened to me come here and repeat some of the same things. It's just because I'm trying to match the propaganda that was spread throughout the past 3 years. But I want to share with you a tweet from our former U.S. Surgeon General, Jerome Adams. Our largest missed pandemic opportunity is absolutely ventilation. It's disheartening to see how this crucial aspect has been overlooked throughout the pandemic. Ventilation is a solution that is both politically and medically non-controversial, requiring no significant effort on the part of individuals, and yet it has the potential to significantly lower harm, not just from COVID, but from allergies, asthma, flu, and pollutants. It's puzzling to me why the administration and politicians haven't placed more emphasis on this simple yet effective measure. By improving ventilation systems in public spaces, schools, and workplaces, we could have mitigated the spread of viruses and saved countless lives. Moreover, the benefits of enhanced ventilation extends far beyond the current pandemic. By prioritizing this aspect, we could create healthy environments. So how many times have you heard me come here and say, hey, we needed engineering controls because they provide a 90% or greater relative risk reduction? Because, you know, I'm a janitor, but I've been a scientist for 21 years. And I just want to point out, speaking of ventilation, until the media is going to correct their complete defamation regarding my husband's credentials, I just want to remind everybody that occupational and environmental health is public health. And it's kind of ironic that if you go to the health department's Facebook page, their email is listed as environmentalhealth@miottawa.org. And I don't understand how the media can perpetuate Nate Kelly is an HVAC guy. Nate Kelly is a safety professional at an HVAC company. There's human resources at food places, people that make baby formula. Our profession is embedded in every single industry. And the great part about that is we gain so much experience with a very diverse background with multiple hazards, not just a very focal view. And our job is a discipline of public health. So all the people that also work in public health, including Dr. Rob Davidson and MPH, just like my husband in MPH, saying that it's not a public health discipline, you really have to kind of question what the curriculum is at U of M for him to not know occupational and environmental health is public health. So while it may be annoying to some, I'm going to come here every meeting I can to completely parrot this information until there's changes made in the media. Again, media, occupational environmental health is public health. And my husband has an MPH and he's been doing administrative public health work for 8 years. I know because he went into this profession after meeting me because I've been doing it longer than him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Candy DeHaan, Jamestown Charter Township Clerk. I would like to thank you guys for your unanimous vote this evening. Yes, as clerks, we have been working since last January after that vote went through last November. And it's been a lot of work and it's going to be a lot of work, but at least we'll have the support of knowing that we've got the funding to do it and do it as a team, and definitely appreciate the support of our county clerk. So thank you.
Thank you.
David Moore. First thing I'd like to say is Jesus never told the government to take care of the poor. He told the church to do it. It's the church's responsibility. This community may have chosen to accept some of those responsibilities, but I would challenge the church of this community in this county should be stepping up to the plate. A commissioner earlier asked, what gives you the authority? I found it really amazing. You have the same authority as the previous board did. And that authority was given to you by the people that sit out here and voted for you. Don't ever forget that. Mr. Moss, the lady to your left is my representative on this board. I appreciate all she's done and the hard work she's put in. I also appreciate many of the others that have worked just as hard and have gone above and beyond any call to duty that the previous board had any inkling of doing. It's beyond compare what has taken place. And I would like to say this, I don't have a problem with discussion. And even when it gets a little intense, okay, it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll follow that up. I agree with him again about the separation of church and state, totally different organizations, different institutions that God made. I want to read from Acts. Now, all who believed were together, and they shared all things in common. They sold their possessions and their goods and divided amongst themselves all, so that anyone that had need, their needs were met. It's the believers again. It's the church. Where is the church? But anything that you do as part of the government, it's a blessing what you do and prioritizing what you do. And we need to be grateful and thankful instead of being brats and immature and throwing temper tantrums because we're not getting what we want, how we want, when we want. If you went to a third world country, it would be so different. You could not get the half of what you guys are blessing us with. Another thing I want to say is that I think it would have been good to have this chart for people to see, if you can have on an overhead, so people would know, and there would be despairing of so many people saying, the health department is going to close, and we don't have money for this, and we don't have money for Ottawa food or whatever. But having this to show them, they would see, oh, we're not losing money, we're gaining money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Harvey Nickel from Jennison, totally on a different tack. I don't know who to mention this to, so I'm going to mention to you because you can find the right people. There is a crew that replaced the surface of the roads in Jenison on 18th and 20th. They did an outstanding job. I've been on new roads before, but they cleaned that up and they've got it done. Balsam Drive in Hudsonville also. So somehow get back to that crew and thank them for the excellent job they did on resurfacing those roads. I don't know who they were, but they did a great job.
Thanks, Harvey. We'll make sure that message makes it.
Hello. Since y'all love to bring religion into this so much, I would like to read a Bible verse to everyone.
Ma'am, can I have your name?
I'm going to be
jurisdiction?
reading the verse Matthew 25:40. So whatever you did to one of the least of these brothers and sisters.
Ma'am, could you
What?
please state your name and
Absolutely.
jurisdiction?
Yeah. My name is Emma and I'm Ottawa County.
Thanks.
Yes. So again, starting over, I would like to read Matthew 25:40. So whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. So I would just like you to remember that you voted to defund healthcare for people today, and you voted to defund mental health care, and you voted to defund food for Ottawa County. So you can sit up here and say this is about religion. You can sit up here and say this is church's responsibility, but it's also our responsibility as a community to take care of our people. So yeah, just wanted to remind you of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Randy Weiss, Jensen, Michigan. I left home at 11:45 tonight. I've been listening to you, Mr. Moss, manipulate this commission all evening. I've watched you a few times. I just wanted to see you face to face. See your lack of integrity, how you manipulate, how you cheat. They have to be quiet, right? Or do you get to manipulate them too? I thought about taking cat in a hat along because, I mean, you mentioned it. You allow some people to say things and you cheer them on as your commissioners. And then others, you call them out of order when they get a little bit passionate. You're kind of thin-skinned, Mr. Moss. Oh, you can look at me and grin. I've been a farmer in this community for 150 years. Yeah, my family history, 150 years. Don't look at me like this. 150 years. You ever throw 1,300 hay bales in 95-degree heat in Beaver Dam? You ever spend 125 hours working in a greenhouse in the springtime? You're a thin-skinned man. I just wanted to say that. You made a joke of the process tonight. There isn't, oh, minute 44. There isn't a business in this county that would pass the budget that you did. Every time you wanted to get your way, you just say, oh, we have $1 million in slush. We have $1 million in this. We have $1 million in that. We have no idea where any of the money really is. When one of your commissioners asked you what line item and asked Mr. Gibbs what line item, you shut him down. You didn't want to know. Biggest CEOs in Ottawa County are looking across the county line to Kent for growth. Why? Why does a young lady here have to bring up that you just betrayed the least of these? You claim Jesus in your little countryside school, and yet you betray the least of these, the poorest. You claimed even tonight that you knew what it was like to go hungry. You have no idea what it's like to go hungry. You have none. He did say that. I just drove down here because I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight after listening to your BS for a few hours. And I thought I could also just make y'all stay a little bit longer. It's my prerogative, right? Liberty. Doesn't really matter what I say, it's liberty. Oh, and by the way, when you interrupted that young lady for her name, you really should have given her 20 seconds back because that would fair while you were interrupting her. It's not legal. She doesn't legally have to say her name or where she's from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Julie Kuiper from Allegan County, employee here. And it's late, we're all tired. And I can hear my husband right now saying, just come home. And my dad sent me a text 3 hours ago to go home. But I just wanted to say that I am really proud of the people that I work with. Really good caliber people. I feel like we handled ourselves very well tonight. And I encourage you to get to know them. Many of them are very similar to you. And that involves more than a brown bag lunch. Brown bag lunches were created for us to be able to roll stuff off of you guys. So come on in and speak with us and get to know us. And instead of making us feel like we're terrible people and tyrannical and wicked. And yeah, I better stop because it's late. Anyway.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board?
Sure, why not? My name's Dave Barnowski and I vote in Port Sheldon Township. I've noticed you picked up either maybe picked it up from Mr. Coleman or you both know we picked it up from the same place. When you have a poor argument, you call things silly. That's really not very becoming of you. I watched him do that in court as well. He calls a lot of arguments that he's losing silly. So I'd rather you wouldn't do that to your other commissioners. I also would like to bring up another one of your commissioners brought up the zero-based budgeting. And that was kind of funny because she's also the person who brought up the 5% decrease. Those are opposing ideas. So one of the two just seems to be like a fog. She's something just threw up as a kind of a smoke screen. So they're kind of opposite principles. And Miss Evil brought up the fact that budgets are supposed to change, but when budgets change, generally they'll throw on like a version or a date or a number so you can kind of keep track of the changes. That'd be an idea. So you can actually see, oh, now I can tell this is that version. Oh, okay, yes, I now even know why it changed. And sometimes it's nice to know where the changes came from. That'll do.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board? Okay, last call in person, and then maybe we'll see if there's anybody online. Anybody else in person like to make a public comment? All right, Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody online?
We have two online, Mr. Chair. Chris Crothers and Chris, we're going to ask you to unmute and then you have 3 minutes.
Hey, I'm Chris from Holland Township. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So I just wanted to point out your impeccable logic that you used today. You claim to be reasonable and then jokingly mock anyone who would vote against funding Ottawa food. And then when Zylstra proposed that U11 can together pass a resolution that would ensure funding for that, you all vote no. So the only transparency coming from you is your motives based in revenge politics. Have a good day.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Joe Spalding. Mr. Spalding, just state your name and jurisdiction. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, this is Joe Spalding. I'm from Holland Township. I'm currently in LA, and I just wanted to say that with this budget, y'all just made it much easier to get you guys unelected in November, except for Lucy. You're going to get unelected in May. Hope you all have a good night.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make a public comment?
There is one more, Mr. Chair.
Wonderful.
Dwight Chittenden. Dwight, if you could just state your jurisdiction, unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm currently in LA, and I just wanted to say that with this budget, y'all just made it much easier to get you guys unelected in November, except for Lucy. You're going to get unelected in May. Hope you all have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Would anyone else like to make a public comment?
There's one more, Mr. Chair.
Wonderful.
Dwight Chittenden. Dwight, if you could just
Okay, would anyone else in person like to make a public comment? All right, seeing none, we will move on to 11, additional business. First up, report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair Moss. I actually ended up sharing a lot of what I wanted to share during my updates previously, which is the changes we made to the budget process this year to increase transparency and to give the public and the commissioners more information on where the money is coming from and going to. So I've shared that. And looking forward, I've mentioned previously, we are looking at budgeting software that would give us some really good visibility into the numbers and take some of the labor hours off of our great fiscal services who do excellent work, and allow the commissioners and even the public to be able to look at things in a visual way with graphics and whatnot. So pretty excited about that. We're going to be ramping up that process pretty soon here. So that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Next up, we have 11B, report on the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners Parks Tour. And we'll go to Commissioner Miedema.
Thank you. Last week, Wednesday, September 20, the Board of Commissioners were invited to participate in a parks tour around Ottawa County. And in thinking about what to share today, I thought I would share just a brief bit of history and background of our Ottawa County parks. It was serving on the Parks Commission. The Ottawa County Board of Commissioners established the Ottawa County Parks and Recreation Commission in 1987 pursuant to Act 261 of the Public Acts of 1965. Ottawa County Parks and Recreation Commission's mission is to enhance the quality of life for residents and visitors by preserving parks and open spaces and providing outdoor and natural resource-based recreation and education experiences. 4 goals to help carry out the mission include: 1, preserving and managing park and open space lands, which protect and enhance significant landscapes and natural communities to benefit both people and wildlife. 2, to provide high-quality outdoor and natural resource-based recreation opportunities for residents and visitors of all levels of ability. 3, to promote understanding and appreciation of the natural and cultural history of Ottawa County and awareness of commission operated facilities, programs, and services. And 4, to ensure organizational sustainability. This coming fiscal year, the Ottawa County Parks and Recreation will be focusing on a strategic planning process that will look back on where it's been and then forward to the future. During this process, many stakeholders and community input will be sought after. So stay tuned for important communication from the Parks Department. If you'd like to receive ongoing information from Parks and Recreation, you can sign up to receive emails at www.myottawa.org/parks/newsletters.htm. You can also sign up there to receive a printed newsletter. And I just want to say thank you to the many dedicated, enthusiastic Parks staff and Parks Commission board members that took part in the Parks bus tour last week. We had great weather. Heard many details about parks and got to see firsthand some of the projects that are happening throughout the county. So.
Thank you. Anybody else want to add to that? Commissioner Rhodey?
Yes, I would just say that I thoroughly enjoyed the parks tour because I am often jealous of Commissioner Miedema and Commissioner Terpstra with their work with parks. So it was really good to get out and see some of the new initiatives that were happening and just the beauty of our parks.
Thanks. Commissioner Curran.
I just wanted to thank the Parks Department for putting the tour together. I very much enjoyed it and had a great time, and it was great to get to know the team better. Thank you.
Commissioner Belknap.
Just one of the things that stuck with me was how much is being developed right now. There's lots of projects. Jason did kind of share that, that probably in the near future, that'll be slowing down and they'll be going into more of a ongoing maintenance. But it was a great opportunity to see the thoughtful development of, the interconnectedness of modes of transportation, making use of our natural habitats. And I just encourage everybody to get out and see what's been happening with, the Ottawa Sands project. I think that's going to be something that really, I imagine we're going to have people from all over the country coming and staying there.
Commissioner Terpstra.
Yeah, this doesn't really have to do with the bus tour, but there is a park dedication for the Peter Sakia Trail, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's, I think it's tomorrow at 3. I don't know if it's public or a private event, but that's a pretty big segment, because that's what starts the path from Grand Rapids all the way down to the pier in Grand Haven. So it's pretty exciting.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Moving on, we have one last item of business, 11C, report from Talent and Recruitment Committee Chairperson regarding open seats for boards and committees.
All right, that's me. I just wanted, every fall, a lot of open seats become available, volunteer positions on a variety of boards and committees, and that is true again for this year. Many seats term out, or I should say they fall due to have to reapply at this time of year if they want to serve again, but it's also open to other people to be able to apply. So I just wanted to share the volunteer positions are currently posted on our county's website at myottawa.org/board appointments /view postings.action with information about them. You can read quite at length some information to see if it's maybe something you'd be interested in. We have a very quickly approaching deadline for many of these seats of October 1, so this coming Sunday. Some of the openings include serving on the Agricultural Preservation Board, the Ottawa County Community Corrections Advisory Board, Ottawa County Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Committee, Ottawa County Department of Human Health and Human Services Board, Ottawa County Groundwater Board, Ottawa County Housing Commission, Ottawa County Land Bank Authority, Ottawa County Officers Compensation Commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, the Veterans Affairs Committee, and West Michigan Regional Planning Commission. So there are quite a few areas that if you are interested in applying, again, through October 1, and then all applicants will be contacted by the clerk's office to set up interviews by the Subcommittee of Talent Recruitment. So anyway, we just encourage you, if you have any interest, please apply.
Thank you very much. Seeing as we have reached the end of the agenda for today, this meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.